list populating, so we'll give that a few minutes to fill out. And while that happens, I guess I can go ahead and get started with the preliminaries. So good morning. It's July 21st, 2025, and this is the hearing on the pending petition for long-term transfer filed by Yuba County Water Agency for permit 15026, application 5632. I'm Sam Bivens, the hearing officer from the State Water Resources Control Board's Administrative Hearings Office assigned to this matter. Today is the third and final day of the case in chief phase of this hearing. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is also being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. If at any time you experience technical difficulties trying to communicate with us or accessing Zoom, please send an email to the AHO email inbox at admin.hrgoffice@waterboards.ca.gov. AHO staff will be monitoring the email inbox. And with me today are several other members of the AHO hearing team, Skylar Anderson, Sam Bullen Bryan, Rebecca Stolfus, and Nicole Mullen. Ms. Mullen will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along with the slides. So if you're a witness, you can simply ask Ms. Mullen to advance to the next slide when you're ready during your testimony, and attorneys may, as always, ask Ms. Mullen to directly bring up particular exhibits. And then we will take breaks today as needed. We'll certainly have a mid-morning break. We will likely have a lunch break, and we'll have a hard stop at 5 p.m., although I anticipate we'll be finishing up early to mid-afternoon today. As far as appearances, I will carry those over from the previous 2 days of hearing. I see a number of folks in the attendees list who have all appeared before or are our witnesses. So let's go ahead and please promote everyone in the attendees column to panelists, and we can get this started. And then I'll pause before I get into my agenda for the day while we get everybody promoted. All right, I think we've emptied out the attendees box. So good morning again, everyone. So on my agenda for the day, we have the Schutz-Pierce cross-examination. I think that'll take 3 to 4 hours based on the estimates that have previously been given. Couple of procedural matters that I want to talk about before we get there. One, we've talked about objections to the admission of evidence that I'll ask the parties to file after we finish the rebuttal phase of this hearing. I'd like the parties to, between now and the start of the rebuttal hearing, develop a schedule for the submission of those objections, and the submission of responses should be a pretty short timeline, given that everything else in this case has a fairly short timeline, but particularly the preparation of closing briefs. So if you all, after this case in chief phase is over, could get together and figure out what you want to do in terms of an objection schedule to the admission of evidence, that would be helpful. And then I'll also ask the parties to do the same allocation of time exercise for rebuttal as was done for the case in chief phase. I think we have, just like before, 3 days. I'd go ahead and make the same assumptions, and let me know how you want to divide up time based on witnesses and other potential needs. And again, do submit that before, as soon as possible before we start the rebuttal phase. Um, and then after we get through the Chutes and Pierce Cross today, I'll offer a few very preliminary and non-binding thoughts and observations about what I've heard and what I'm potentially interested in hearing more about in terms of rebuttal evidence and arguments and closing briefs. So we'll break with conventional bit there, but I think that'll be probably helpful for everybody. Before we bring up Mr. Schutz and Dr. Pierce as witnesses, are there any other procedural matters we should address now? And I see the court reporter has her hand up. Let me change my view here. Okay, good. The court reporter is the only one. Go ahead, ma'am.
Just need to state my appearance, Tekla Clay, CSR 13125.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Great. And I see Mr. Schutz, and if Dr. Pierce could come on camera, please. We will go ahead and get started with your cross-examination, beginning with, I assume, Mr. Becerra. And gentlemen, I'll remind you both that you remain under the oath you took last week when you gave your direct testimony. With that, Mr. Becerra, I will turn it over to you for cross-examination.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Dr. Pierce. I'd like to start with some questions for you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit FOR 050? Dr. Pierce, do you see this as the Lower Yuba River Fisheries Agreement?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 38? Dr. Pierce, do you see that Friends of the River signed this agreement?
Yes.
Have you ever read this agreement?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 6? And Dr. Pierce, do you see section 3.1 there on the page?
Yes.
Do you see that the agreement generally will continue until the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission issues a new license for Yuba Water's hydroelectric project?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, is this agreement still in effect?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 7 and section 4.1.1? Dr. Pierce, can you please just review the paragraph and let me know when you're done doing that?
4.1.1?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it fair to say that this agreement wouldn't take effect unless the state board adopted the changes stated in Exhibit 8?
Well, I'm not familiar or ready to, I don't have Exhibit 8 at the top of my head right now. Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Is it fair to say that this agreement would not become effective unless the water board approved the changes shown in Exhibit 8 to the agreement?
Oh, okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 62? Dr. Pierce, do you see that this is Exhibit 8 to the agreement?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? And Dr. Pierce, do you see this Exhibit 8 contained a schedule of in-stream flow requirements?
Mm-hmm.
And the hearing officer is going to...
Sorry, yes.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? And can we please scroll till we see both tables? Dr. Pierce, do you see this Exhibit 8 contains minimum stream flow requirements for both the Marysville gauge and the Smartsville gauge?
Yes,
Do you know where those gauges are
approximately, yes.
and where are they?
Well, one of them is near the town of Marysville and one of them is near the town of Smartsville.
And is the Marysville gauge the gauge that measures the Yuba River's outflows?
Dr. Pierce, if you answered that question, it cut out weirdly.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I said, as I understand it, yes, that is what's used for the.
Okay, thank you. Is it fair to say Friends of the River agreed to the in-stream flow requirements in this Exhibit 8?
Yes, based on the information you just showed me.
And is it fair to say Friends of the River's agreement to these in-stream flow requirements is still in effect?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to Exhibit Yuba Water 227? Dr. Pierce, have you watched any of the testimony concerning this exhibit?
Yes, I have.
Do you understand that the blue line shows the minimum stream flow requirements on this
Yes.
exhibit? And do you understand that the green hatched area shows Yuba Water's storage releases?
Yeah. Yes.
So based on this exhibit, is it fair to say in 2014, nearly all of Yuba Water's storage releases were necessary to meet minimum stream flow requirements?
That they were necessary to meet the minimum stream flow requirements.
Yes.
Based on my understanding of what's shown in this graph, yes.
Okay, thank you. To the best of your knowledge, are the stream flow requirements shown by the blue line the Marysville in-stream flow requirements?
Yes.
And again, those are the ones Friends of the River agreed to in the fisheries agreement. Is that right?
Yes, that's what we've established.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Dr. Pierce's testimony in Exhibit FOR 002? And can we please go to page 2, paragraph 3? And Dr. Pierce, do you see in that paragraph 3, you discuss Yuba's water transfers?
I'm seeing paragraph 4.
Okay.
Or-
Paragraph 3, beginning on line 3, do you see that?
Oh, now I do. Yes. Sorry, I had zoomed in.
Nope, no problem. Do you see in that paragraph 3, you discuss water transfers under the Yuba Accord Water Purchase Agreement?
Yes.
How do you understand Yuba makes water available for transfer?
By releases from Englebright Dam and flowing out through the Yuba River to the Delta.
Do you know whether Yuba County Water Agency owns Englebright Dam?
I think that they do not.
Do you understand that Yuba releases water from its New Bowlers Bar Reservoir to meet minimum stream flow requirements?
Yes, farther up.
So based on that, how do you understand Yuba makes water available for transfer?
Well, so then by passing it down from New Bowlers Bar through the Yuba River into the Delta.
And as we discussed, Yuba sometimes releases stored water for minimum stream flows in the lower Yuba River, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether any of that water then becomes transfer water downstream of the Yuba River?
Yes, clearly it serves both purposes.
Do you know how much of those minimum stream flow releases? Let me go back. do you have an understanding of what proportion of Yuba's transfers consist of that water released for minimum flows?
I understand that it will be quite variable across years and depending on the water year type.
Are you aware that Yuba transfers water made available by groundwater pumping by Yuba County farmers?
No, can you clarify what you're asking?
Do you understand what a groundwater substitution transfer is?
Yes.
Do you understand that Yuba makes transfer water available when Yuba County farmers implement groundwater substitution?
Yes. Can I ask a follow-up? I don't believe it's only Yuba County that those water transfers are going to. Is that correct?
Well, let me do it this way. What sort of Yuba County what sort of Yuba County groundwater substitution transfers do you understand that there are?
I'm not deeply familiar with groundwater transfer substitutions, but I understand that in some situations you release water that allows groundwater to not be pumped.
Okay, let me go back. What is your understanding of how a groundwater substitution transfer works?
Again, I'm not very familiar with groundwater substitution transfers. My general understanding is that they're water that is surface water being released to avoid groundwater overdraw. Is that approximately correct?
Okay, let's break it down. Do you understand that Yuba County farmers operate within member units within Yuba County?
Yes, that makes.
Do you understand that member units have contracts for surface water from Yuba County Water Agency?
Yes.
Do you understand that sometimes Yuba County farmers agree to forego surface water under those contracts and instead pump groundwater?
I see. Yes, based on what your explanation, I understand what you're saying.
So do you understand now that a groundwater substitution transfer involves farmers pumping groundwater and foregoing surface water?
Yes, thank you for the clarification. I don't believe I used the word groundwater in my testimony, so this is pretty far outside of what I was speaking to.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any understanding of how often Yuba County Water Agency and its member units can conduct groundwater substitution transfers?
No.
Do you know whether groundwater substitution operations are ever required by the fisheries agreement?
No, I'm not familiar with that detail.
Okay. Do you know whether Yuba sometimes releases transferable water by drawing its storage down to 650,000 acre feet at the end of September?
Again, I'm not familiar with that detail.
Okay, thank you. Again, referring to paragraph 3 in your testimony, when you discuss transfers under the Yuba Accord Water Purchase Agreement, you're referring to transfers in the December through June time period. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
For purposes of that opinion, does it make any difference to you how Yuba generates transfer water?
Well, I believe in this case what I was speaking to, and as I say, water that goes into the delta. So I just want to clarify, you're asking about water that never leaves Yuba County, it sounds to me like, and stays in the lower Yuba River basin. Is that, whereas I'm speaking to water that really leaves and goes through the delta, transferred presumably through the Central Valley Project and State Water Project pumps, more than to groundwater transfers, which I didn't refer to.
Let's assume for these purposes that all of Yuba water's transfer water goes to the delta. Do you
Okay.
understand that?
Yes.
For purposes of this December through June period, does it make any difference to your opinion how Yuba generates the transfer water?
Potentially.
And what difference would it make depending on the method?
I suppose I'm thinking about how it was conveyed and where it was flowing. Whether, yeah, but I'm not sure what you mean by generating water.
Okay. So we've discussed three different methods by which Yuba may generate transfer water, correct? The
Please
first
state them.
the first method is Yuba's releases for minimum stream flows, correct?
Yes.
The second method is groundwater substitution, correct?
Okay. Yes.
And the third method is drawdown of storage to 650,000 acre feet. Is that right?
Okay. I see what you mean by different methods now.
So for purposes of your opinion, in paragraph 3, does it make any difference to you by what method Yuba generates transfer water?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled.
I don't think so. But I'm, again, not intimately familiar with the details of those categories of water release.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware that it is accounting rules downstream of the Yuba River that determine how much water Yuba transfers?
That determines.
Let me
No,
break
I think
that up.
many things influence how much water Yuba transfers.
Do you see on line 5, you use the phrase negative impacts?
Yes.
For purposes of your opinion, does it matter whether Yuba actually transfers water once it goes past the Marysville gauge?
Transfers meaning then exports via the South Delta pumps?
Yes.
Yes, that's the issue at hand, is whether that water is able to be a beneficial flow through the Delta and out into through Carquinez Straits.
Is it your opinion the negative impacts we're discussing here are related to the volume of Delta outflow?
And Delta export, conversely.
Okay.
The negative impacts I'm referring to are primarily due to the export pumping operations, yes.
And those impacts, based on this paragraph 3, relate to the December through June period, is that right?
Yes, having good flows during the spring period reduces the amount of entrainment and salvage at those pumps when fish are, inappropriately drawn to those pumps rather than migrating out to the ocean.
And that's in the
In
December.
the spring period, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll up to paragraph 2 of this exhibit? And just for clarity of the record, Dr. Pierce, I'll be referring to the National Marine Fisheries Service as NIMS.
Okay.
Understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And for the court reporter, that acronym is NMFS. In this paragraph 2, Dr. Pierce, you describe your work at NIMS on Central Valley salmonid species. Is that right?
Yes.
And what species was the focus of your work?
Primarily steelhead and Chinook salmon.
And what sort of work did you do concerning those species while working for NIMS?
I work with many colleagues at NIMS to try to better understand those populations and individuals, evaluate their movement, within the Central Valley, migration out of the Central Valley and through the Delta, primarily using genetic data to track individuals and populations.
And going forward, I'll refer to the Central Valley Project as the CVP. Do you understand that?
Yes?
And I will refer to the State Water Project as the SWP. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with NIMS's biological opinions for the operations of the CVP and the SWP?
Generally, yes.
Are
There are a
you,
lot of details there.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. So let me re-ask the question. Are you familiar with NIMS's biological opinions for the operations of the CVP and the SWP?
In general, yes, but they are complicated.
Are you familiar with the United States Fish and Wildlife Service's biological opinions for the operations of the CVP and SWP?
Also, generally, yes.
Did you participate in developing any of those biological opinions?
No.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 217? Dr. Pierce, Yuba's witness Steve Grinnell discussed these or this exhibit in his testimony. It's excerpts of two biological opinions for the CVP and the SWP. Do you recognize this first page as the first page of U.S. Fish and Wildlife's 2008 biological opinion for the CVP and SWP?
Yes, it looks like that.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 11? And this is document page 126. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down so we can see as much as possible under the heading transfers? Thank you. Dr. Pierce, do you see that this portion of the biological opinion covers Yuba County Water Agency's accord transfers?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to PDF page 13, which is document page 128. And can we please scroll down so we can see as much as possible under transfer capacity? Thank you. Dr. Pierce, you see that heading transfer capacity?
Yes, I do.
In the paragraph immediately under the heading, do you see the statement, exports for transfers will be limited to the months July through September?
Yes.
Do you understand that to mean transfers could not occur before July under this opinion?
Yes, that makes sense.
Okay, Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the next page? And can we scroll so we can see everything under the heading, please? Thank you. Dr. Pierce, do you see the paragraph under that heading also states transfers, or excuse me, exports for transfers would only apply during July through September?
Yes.
So is it your understanding this opinion did not allow transfers through the Delta before July of each year?
Yes, based on this one.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 15? Dr. Pierce, do you recognize this as the first page of NIMS's 2019 biological opinion for CVP and SWP operations?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 17? Can we please scroll down, Ms. Mullen, till we see proposed action? And Dr. Pierce, do you see that the proposed action state, or I'm sorry, the table of contents states that the description of the proposed action begins on page 52.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the next page? And can we please continue scrolling? Thank you. And a little bit more, please, Ms. Mullen. Thank you. Dr. Pierce, do you see that this table of contents states that its discussion of water transfers begins on page 61?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the next page? And scroll all the way to the bottom. Dr. Pierce, do you see that this is page 61 of that biological opinion?
Yes.
Do you see the heading water transfers?
Yes.
Do you see the first sentence states that reclamation proposes to expand the water transfer window to July through November?
Objection, lack of foundation. We didn't establish which year this biop came from.
Overruled. I mean, I think we did establish that it was the 2019 biop. I will have questions about the status of the ESA coverage in a moment at some point. Maybe that will get cleared up later on, but objection overruled.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce, do you understand that statement concerning reclamation means that it was not even proposed for transfers to occur through the Delta before July for this opinion?
In July, it says reclamation proposes to expand water transfers to July through November.
Do you understand they were not proposing to implement transfers before July?
Before July, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, are through Delta water transfers before July still not authorized under biological opinions that apply to the CVP and the SWP?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, have water transfers before July through the Delta been prohibited under these biological opinions since 2009?
Only because you're telling me that right now.
Okay, thank you. To the best of your knowledge, is Yuba currently unable to transfer water through the Delta before July each year?
Based on the things we've reviewed just now, yes.
Okay, thank you. Can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit AHO 010? Dr. Pierce, do you see that this document is Yuba's filing of the water right petition for this hearing?
Yes.
Have you reviewed this document?
Not in great detail.
How much of it have you reviewed?
I've skimmed it.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 8? Dr. Pierce, do you see this as the first page of attachment 2 to the petition?
Yes.
Do you understand that this attachment 2 states Yuba's proposed approval terms for the extension of accord transfers?
It appears to be proposed terms, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 9? I believe it's the next page. And Dr. Pierce, can you take a minute to read paragraph 4 on the page?
Okay. Yes, okay, I read it.
Do you understand that in this paragraph, Yuba is proposing that the state board would have authority to order through Delta transfers to stop under some conditions?
I see that it says the state water board reserves that authority, yes.
And the conditions would include, quote, at any time that the effects of the diversions cause or threaten to cause a negative impact on fisheries in the Delta. Do you see that?
Yes,
And would you agree that those conditions are conditions under which Yuba proposes the state board could order transfers to stop?
yes,
Do you see that this proposed term would apply during the period December 1 through June 30?
yes,
Does that period include the period with which you're concerned about the effects of transfers on the Delta?
yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to exhibit FOR 002? And can we please go back to paragraph 3 on page 2? And again, this paragraph states your opinion about not allowing water transfers during the December through June period, correct?
That's correct. That's consistent with the paragraph we were just reviewing in the proposed testimony, that that is the period that would most likely produce negative impacts on delta inflows and delta outflows, most importantly.
And as we just discussed, Yuba Water has proposed a term under which state board could stop those transfers in that period. Is that right?
That's correct.
And to the best of your knowledge, has Yuba been unable to conduct any water transfers through the Delta before July since 2009?
Unable. I don't know that.
To the best of your knowledge, since 2009, have the biological opinions for the CVP and SWP prohibited transfers before July of each year?
Have there? Yes. Well, that was what the documents we just reviewed established that.
Thank you. And the document you referred to is the biological opinions. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mon, can we please go to page 9 of this exhibit and paragraph 15? Beginning on line 9, do you see line 9, Dr. Pierce?
Yes.
You use the phrase, the continuation of water transfers and other factors that decrease spring flows. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by the term spring flows?
Delta inflows and outflows during the spring period when fish are migrating.
And what water transfers are you referencing here?
This is quite a general statement. I was referring to movement of water that involved operations of the CVP and SWP pumps to export water from the north to the south, which would include Yuba water transfers.
So your phrase water transfers here include all operations by anyone involving the movement of water in that period through the Delta. Is that right?
Yes, if you read that full sentence, it's a general statement about the practice of transferring water from the north to the south.
Okay, thank you. Do you recall we discussed 3 different types of ways that Yuba generates transfer water?
Yes.
In your statements in this paragraph 15, do you distinguish between any of those 3 methods?
No.
On line 9, you also refer to other factors. Is that correct?
Yes.
What do you mean by other factors in that statement?
Again, I was being quite general here, and I was referring to water diversions, storage during that period rather than release of spring flows, anything that reduces delta inflows and outflows.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit CSPA 7? And this is the State Board September 2023 Bay Delta Draft Staff Report. And Ms. Mon, can we please go to PDF page, I'll wait a second. Can we please go to PDF page 642? And Dr. Pierce, do you see that this is figure 6.3-23?
Objection, lack of foundation. We haven't established that Dr. Pierce has familiarity with this document.
I think Mr. Becerra is going to get there, so I'll overrule the objection at this time, and you can make it again if you need to, Ms. Birch.
Thank you. Dr. Pierce, do you see that this figure depicts schematically how water is exported from the Yuba River watershed?
Yes.
Do you know which reservoirs shown on this figure are operated by Pacific Gas and Electric Company?
No.
Do you know which reservoirs on this figure are operated by Nevada Irrigation District?
No. I'm not familiar with the details of this system.
Do you have any understanding as to whether those two entities export water from the Yuba watershed as shown on this figure?
I believe they are both involved in at least some aspects of the infrastructure shown here, yes. But I don't know specifically who has that authority to release or export water, no.
Do you have any understanding of how much water is exported from the Yuba River watershed through the facilities shown on this figure?
In general terms, yes.
How much water is exported?
How much water?
What's your understanding?
I retract that. I don't think that I can come up with the numbers that I would feel confident in stating.
Do you know whether those exports are hundreds of thousands of acre feet a year?
Now, I'm
Yes.
going to object to this line of questioning on foundational grounds.
Yeah, I think I'm going to sustain that. He doesn't seem to know the details of the way exports work in the system. Sustained.
Dr. Pierce, would you include exports from the watershed among the other factors that affect Yuba River spring flows?
Well, we were talking about delta spring flows, and therefore, yes, all of these ultimately would feed the delta if they were not diverted.
Do you have any understanding as to how much water is stored in the reservoirs shown on these figures?
Again, conceptually, but no, I don't have numbers in my head.
Have you ever analyzed the relative effect on spring flows of the exports from the Yuba watershed relative to Yuba's transfers?
No.
Have you ever analyzed the effect on spring flows of the storage by the reservoirs shown on this figure relative to Yuba transfers?
No.
Thank you. Do you know whether the exports via the facilities shown on this figure occur in critically dry years?
I think that there's always export happening at some level. I know and I have an understanding that it is sometimes reduced in critically dry years, but not always.
And have you ever analyzed the effect of those exports in critically dry years on Yuba River spring flows relative to the effect of Yuba's transfers?
No.
Thank you. The Yuba River supports a population of Central Valley steelhead, correct?
Yes.
And is that species listed as threatened under the Federal Endangered Species Act?
Central Valley steelhead are listed as threatened, yes.
Okay. Going forward, I'll refer to the Federal Endangered Species Act as the ESA. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit FOR 006? And Dr. Pierce, this exhibit is an exhibit you cited in your testimony, is that right?
Yes.
Can we please go to PDF page 11, Ms. Mullen? And just for the record, this is also page 11 of the document. Dr. Pierce, do you see figure 3?
Yes.
To the best of your knowledge, do juvenile steelhead rear in the Yuba River year-round?
Well, that is actually a complicated question. Steelhead are one form of this species, and they interact closely with fish that do live year-round in freshwater water. But the steelhead are the migratory form. So the answer is yes.
Okay,
There are Central Valley steelhead in the Yuba River year-round.
thank you very much. Does the Yuba River support a population of spring run Chinook salmon?
Yes, there are spawning Chinook salmon in the lower Yuba River, including spring run.
Is that population of spring run Chinook salmon included in an ESA listing?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to exhibit FOR 004? And Dr. Pierce, this is NIMS's recovery plan for multiple salmonid species in the Central Valley, correct?
Yes.
And you submitted this recovery plan as an exhibit to your testimony, is that right?
Yes.
And the plan covers both spring run Chinook salmon and steelhead, correct?
Yes, and winter run Chinook salmon.
Did you work on this plan?
No.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 52? And for the record, it's document page 31. Okay, Dr. Pierce, can you refer to the left-hand column? And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the 3rd paragraph? And Dr. Pierce, do you see this paragraph refers to temperature requirements for spring run Chinook salmon embryos?
Yes.
And the statement in that 3rd paragraph, do you agree with those temperature standards for spring run Chinook embryos?
They are generally what I understand to be good temperatures for Chinook salmon embryos.
Okay.
I would want to refer to technical documents for confirmation, but I believe that this document is accurate. Yes.
I'm going to object to this testimony on this document. We were not able to voir dire Mr. Pierce regarding his expert qualifications regarding temperature requirements. The document speaks for itself.
Overruled.
Dr. Pierce, can you refer to the paragraph just above and specifically the sentence that begins while maturing?
Yes, I see that.
And you see that sentence refers to, quote, cold water?
Yes.
How cold is cold water for these purposes? Let me go back. That's a bad question. What temperatures in general do adult spring run Chinook salmon require when holding?
Objection, foundation, qualification of this witness to testify on this subject. I believe Mr. Pierce testified his expertise was in viewing genetics of species in regard to their migration, not temperature issues in the lower Yuba River.
Fair enough. Sustained. Mr. Becerra, if you'd like to lay some foundation on this, please do so.
Yes, we've had quite a discussion, or Dr. Pierce's testimony discusses the effect of spring flows on fish. And I'm seeking to explore the relationship between that and temperatures in the river.
Well, just ask him some questions about his qualifications
Okay,
to
all
opine.
Dr. Pierce, sorry about that. Dr. Pierce, you have a PhD, correct?
Yes,
And what is your PhD in?
genetics.
Genetics. Have you ever conducted work concerning the temperature tolerances of salmonids in the Central Valley?
No, I have not. I have worked with colleagues who work on that.
Okay. Have you ever analyzed the relationship between water storage and temperatures for salmonids in the Central Valley?
No, I have not.
Have you ever conducted any analysis of the relationship between water storage and the suitability of water temperatures in the lower Yuba River?
No,
Is it fair to say that your opinions concerning the effect of water operations on spring flows do not consider water temperature effects?
no, I think temperature is a very important consideration
Why do you think that?
because as it says here in this document, when maturing adults hold in deep pools, they need cold water. That's well established, and I know the experts that I would go discuss that with if that was a question we were discussing here, and I would refer to the literature to find good numbers on what that definition of cold water would be.
So let me follow up. So, Dr. Pierce, would it be fair to say that in your work on, I'll call them genetic issues related to Central Valley salmonid species, that you've developed an understanding of the temperature requirements for those species at various life stages?
Yes, in general terms, but I don't feel comfortable citing specific numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. So let's go back to that sentence that on this page that begins while maturing.
Yeah,
Do you have an understanding as to what water temperatures are necessary for spring run Chinook salmon holding in the Central Valley rivers?
Yes.
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
And Dr. Pierce, I believe your answer to the question was yes. Is that right?
Again, in general terms, if you ask me to cite specific numbers, I will not.
In general, what is your understanding of the temperatures holding spring run Chinook salmon require in the Central Valley's rivers?
That they need to be cold and cold enough for those fish to be able to have low metabolism, not be overly stressed during that time period.
Okay, thank you very much. Is it fair to say that having water temperatures that are cool enough for holding adults is important to maintain the Yuba River's population of spring run Chinook salmon?
Yes, that's a critical phase of spring run Chinook salmon's life cycle.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 71, which is document page 50? And Dr. Pierce, is it fair to say that on this page, NEMS stated water temperature requirements for various life stages of Central Valley steelhead?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page? Thank you. And Dr. Pierce, can you please refer to the first paragraph on the left-hand side?
Yeah.
And do you
Yes.
see, do you see the sentence that begins juvenile steelhead?
Yes.
Do you see that the sentence describes that adverse effects can begin to occur when stream temperatures exceed 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit?
Yes, although I would like to note that that is not an absolute threshold where they are completely fine below that and stressed above that. That is a guideline and that there's a lot of variability. That citation that they're using is quite old, and there's been a lot of research since then to better understand the stress requirements for salmonids.
Is it possible juvenile steelhead could suffer adverse effects at temperatures that are lower than 71.6 degrees Fahrenheit?
I'm sorry, you cut out. Did you say are lower than that?
Yes.
Yes, they could.
Does the statement in that sentence conform generally to your understanding of the temperature needs of juvenile steelhead?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that maintaining cool enough water temperatures is important to maintaining the Yuba River's ESA listed population of steelhead?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, I'd like to pull up exhibit Yuba Water 512. And Mr. Bivens, I will make an offer of proof.
Go ahead.
Well,
It's coming up.
pull
Yeah.
up so you can see what may be controversial to start.
May I inquire as to the offer of proof procedure here? I'm going to object on relevance grounds, but
Well,
what is the offer of proof?
I'm gonna give Mr. Becerra an opportunity to tell us what he's using this for. I assume there's some I would hope there's some technical information in here that he wants to ask about, and we're not getting generally into the back and forth between NID and Yuba Water about the various FERC proceedings. But Mr. Becerra, go ahead and explain what you'd like to use this for, and then I will hear Mr. McClure's response.
Thank you very much. I'm offering this to show that Yuba has done a technical analysis of the effect of its storage operations on lower Yuba River temperatures. It happens to have been filed with FERC. It is a technical analysis as to the effect of storage generally.
Okay, I don't know that I need Mr. McClure's response, because I think you can show that Yuba has done that analysis in another way. I don't know why we need Dr. Pierce to verify that Yuba has done that type of analysis.
I can explain further if you like.
Go ahead.
Dr. Pierce's testimony is primarily about the effect of reduction of spring flows. And I'd like to bring out the water temperature effects if there was no storage, which is associated with the reduction of spring flows.
Okay, I'm tracking that. Mr. McClure, go ahead.
One of NID's issues in this case has been that Yuba is attempting to compel NID to make additional releases for temperature management purposes in the lower Yuba River, and then is attempting to transfer those releases through the state board approval in this proceeding. We have been prohibited from introducing that evidence in this proceeding for relevance purposes, and now we're introducing the one-sided document here where there are the NID materials that have been prohibited from being introduced. So I'm wrestling with why Yuba's technical memorandum is relevant on the issue of temperature in the lower Yuba River, but NID's corresponding technical analysis is not.
I have to just say what Mr. McClure just said completely misrepresents Yuba's petition. Yuba has explained over and over again, and the hearing officer has accepted that Yuba would not be able to transfer additional releases required by FERC of NID.
Okay, time out. So, Mr. McClure, I mean, here's my, and I've explained this in rulings, I've explained it orally, but it truly is irrelevant what Yuba, like this dispute that you two have in the FERC proceedings about what Yuba is requesting and what NID is required to do. None of that is relevant to this petition. So what I'm gonna allow Mr. Becerra to generally ask about temperature issues. If there's a technical analysis in this memorandum that is relevant to Dr. Pierce's opinions about water temperatures, I'm going to let it in. I'll also tell you that I will, to the extent that there's a technical analysis in some document that NID has filed with FERC, that you'll be able to get that in. And in fact, I'll give you an opportunity to ask Mr. Pierce about that. What I'm not going to let you guys do is litigate this dispute that you have with respect to the FERC proceeding here. So, Mr. McClure, think about if you, want to do that, although I'll have some thoughts to offer after we're done about NID's positions on the public interest argument I think you're trying to assert. But I'm gonna let Mr. Becerra go down this road and see where it goes.
I appreciate. Fair enough. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Becerra, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Dr. Pierce, do you know whether Friends of the River would have received this document if it were filed with the Energy Regulatory Commission?
No, I don't know that.
Do you know whether this document has been available to Friends of the River?
No.
Can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 3? And Dr. Pierce, just for clarity of the record, do you see the first paragraph under the headings refers to the Yuba River Development Project?
Sorry. Yes, there it is. Okay.
And do you see that do you understand that Yuba County Water Agency owns and operates the Yuba River Development Project?
That's what it states here.
I'll use the term YRDP to refer to that project. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Pierce, do you see the first bulleted item here?
Yes.
Do you understand that Yuba analyzed a scenario 1 that is a scenario that removes the YRDP?
Yes. That sounds like an unimpaired flow without YRDP.
Okay, thank you. Do you see the second bullet refers to a scenario 2?
Yes.
And that's the base case for purposes of this document's analysis?
As presented, yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the next page, PDF page 4? And can we scroll a little further so we can see everything under the blue heading? Dr. Pierce, do you see that Yuba conducted a technical analysis comparing the base case to the without YRDP scenario?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the next page to the heading water temperature impacts? And Dr. Pierce, can you take a few minutes to review the discussion under the heading water temperature impacts, which continues to the next page?
You'd like me to review the whole thing right now?
Well, let me go back. Do you see the second paragraph under the heading? There's a sentence that begins halfway in the paragraph without YRDP.
Yes.
Do you see that Yuba's technical analysis concluded that without the YRDP, there would be lethal water temperatures for spring run Chinook salmon in the lower Yuba River?
Objection hearsay. This is People versus Sanchez ×2. Case-specific hearsay. Mr. Becerra cannot introduce this document through this witness who testified already that he's never seen it before this very minute.
Well, I mean, the document is certainly hearsay. I mean, you can generally ask experts about hearsay. Go, Mr. Becerra, go ahead. Do you want to?
I'll cut to the chase.
Great.
Dr. Pierce, do you have any understanding of what the water temperatures in the lower Yuba River would be without Yuba operating the YRDP?
Are we talking about a natural condition in which New Bullards Bar and other dams on the Yuba River don't exist?
No, just New Bullards Bar.
Okay. I understand that the lower Yuba River would be a lethally hot area for spring run Chinook salmon without water operations releasing cold water. If there were no dams, those spring run Chinook would be well above New Bullards Bar during their adult holding period in plenty of cold water.
Do you know when the United States government constructed Englebright Reservoir?
Not precisely.
Do you know whether it was in the 1940s?
That sounds correct to me.
Without
I want to say
US
1943, but I don't remember for sure.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any understanding of what the water temperatures for spring run Chinook salmon would be in the Yuba River below Englebright Reservoir without Yuba storing water in New Bullards Bar?
Yes, based on my understanding, they would be quite a bit warmer.
Do you know whether they would be lethal for spring run Chinook salmon?
I suspect quite likely.
Do you know whether those water temperatures would be lethal for rearing juvenile steelhead?
They would be on the upper end of what steelhead would be tolerable, I suspect. Are you proposing we remove New Bullards Bar?
Do you have an understanding as to whether water temperatures below Englebright Dam would be adverse for ESA listed juvenile steelhead without Yuba operating New Bullards Bar Reservoir?
Yes, I suspect
Objection. This line of question is calling for speculation as to removal of YRDP and resulting temperatures.
I can respond if you like.
No, I don't. I don't need a response. I'm going to overrule the objection, but Dr. Pierce, you are of course, free to caveat your answer as you need to.
Thank you. Yeah, this scenario it does feel quite speculative. I don't think you're really proposing to remove New Bullards Bar or Englebright. But I understand that what you're trying to suggest is that New Bullards Bar is the source of cold water that maintains the populations in the lower Yuba River. And I agree with that statement.
Okay, thank you. Have you ever analyzed what water temperatures in the lower Yuba River would be if Yuba reduced its storage
No,
in New Bullards Bar Reservoir?
no.
Okay, thank you. Can we please go back to exhibit FOR 002?
And before we proceed down this line here, Mr. Becerra, I need a short break, so I'd like to take 5 minutes, and we'll come back at 10:15 and resume with Dr. Pierce's cross-examination.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right, Madam Court Reporter, are you ready to go back on the record?
I am. For some reason, my video didn't come up, but I'm here.
Okay, great. I can see you, so that's good, or I could. All right, we're back on the record, and Mr. Mazzara, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit FOR 002?
Apologies for the interruption. Can we get just a little bit of a time check about how much time you think you have left on cross, Mr. Pizzera?
5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I presume that's just with Dr. Pierce.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, good.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 8? And Dr. Pierce, do you see figure 4? Dr. Pierce, is it your opinion that this figure 4 shows that period after 2008 was a period of decline for Chinook salmon?
Dr. Pierce, you're muted.
My apologies. Yes, they've been in a state of long-term decline for many, many years, and since 2008, it has been particularly poor for them.
And figure 4 refers to the lower Yuba River, is that right?
Yes,
This graph shows years up to 2020, is that right?
that's correct.
And on this figure, it uses the term drought years. Do you see that?
Yes.
What do you mean by drought years?
I didn't make this figure. It has the data sources cited there, but drought years are categorized in the same way that different water years are categorized in the state of California as years with below average precipitation and at different incremental steps.
Are you familiar with the categorization of water year types in the Sacramento Valley?
Yes, in general.
Under that categorization, would drought years be dry and critically dry years?
Yes.
Okay. Are conditions for Chinook salmon worse in drought years than in other years?
Typically,
And
but
why,
go ahead. Sorry.
just why is that?
Why is that? Because when there's drought years, there's typically less water in rivers. Often that water is warmer. Flow conditions are poor.
Is there less physical habitat for Chinook salmon in drought years?
Yes, well, the water is their habitat. So when there's less water, there's less physical habitat for them.
Are migration conditions through the Delta worse for Chinook salmon in drought years?
Almost always.
Looking at this figure 4, in the 13-year period from 2008 to 2020, how many drought years were there?
The majority of that time period were drought years, interspersed by some very wet years.
And you chose 2008 because that was the year the state board approved Yuba cord transfers. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I chose 2008.
Well, I'm sorry. This, I believe your testimony. Let me check. Let me go back. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll up to page 7 of Dr. Pierce's testimony? And can we scroll down a little to see all of, there we go. Dr. Pierce, do you see paragraph 13 of your testimony?
Yes.
And you're relying on figure 4 to make the statement about the period 2007 to 2019. Is that right?
Yes. But as I said, this is part of a long-term trend of declining populations.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down back to figure 4? Um, since you referred to the period 2007 to 2019 in your testimony, is it fair to say the majority of years in that period were drought years?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And that's about a 13-year period, is that right?
Yep. Yes.
In the preceding 13-year period from 1994 to 2006, how many drought years were there?
How many drought years?
Yes.
About four appears.
Is it fair to say the 1994 to 2006 period was significantly wetter than the following period?
I'm not prepared to answer that based on this plot. Statements of statistical significance like that would require some
Okay.
more detailed analysis of that. But yes, based on this plot, there were fewer drought years during that period.
And your figure 4 goes all the way back to 1953, is that right?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that the 2007 to 2019 period involved the majority of drought years since 1953?
Again, I would have to look at some numbers to make a strong statement about majority, but yes, there have been more drought years in recent years than there were historically, going back much further than the beginning of this graph.
Is it your opinion that Yuba County Water Agency is responsible for there being more drought years after 2007?
No.
Thank you. That's the end of my cross-examination, Mr. Bivens.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce.
Okay, so actually, I mean, how would we like to do this? I think these two testified were grouped together as a panel, and we could move. And I'm totally agnostic about this. We could move to Mr. Becerra's cross-examination of Mr. Schutz, or we could finish with Dr. Pierce and then move to Mr. Schutz. Does anyone have a particular preference?
I can go directly to Mr. Schutz if that's easiest.
I think
Okay.
I'm leaning toward that also because I think my redirect might be to some extent at the panel level.
Very good. Okay, that's very helpful. All right, then let's Mr. Becerra go ahead and start with Mr. Schutz and Mr. McClure. I have not forgotten that I will give you an opportunity to ask Dr. Pierce questions about water temperatures to the extent relevant here. But Mr. Becerra, let's go ahead with Mr. Schutz, and then we will go to DWR State Water Contractors, and then I will give Mr. McClure an opportunity to conduct some cross-examination as he sees fit on the water temperature issue, and then I may have some questions. All right, Mr. Becerra, your witness.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Schutz.
Morning.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Mr. Schutz corrected testimony exhibit CSPA 1C? And can we please go to the top of page 4? On lines 1 and 2, Mr. Schutz, you propose a permit condition under which accord transfers would be limited to 100,000 rather than 200,000 acre feet a year. Is that right?
Correct.
How did you calculate your proposed cap of 100,000 acre feet a year?
It was based on a rough estimate of how much less water might be available to Yuba Water Agency if more water were required for Delta outflow by the update of the Bay Delta plan. It's not a specifically quantified amount. It's a best guess. And not knowing exactly how the update of the Bay Delta plan is going to shake out, it seemed like a more reasonable amount than the existing cap.
Where can I find in your testimony or exhibits the basis for your calculation of this proposed cap?
Objection, foundation. He just said he didn't use a calculation.
Well, I'm not sure that's a foundational question, but I take your point. Mr. Mazzaro, would you like to rephrase that question?
Sure. Mr. Schutz, have you provided in your testimony or exhibits any explanation of the basis for your proposed cap?
I think there are a couple of different bases conceptually proposed. One is what would happen in the section of my testimony regarding what would happen if the update of the Bay Delta plan on a regulatory kind of basis or path, as it's called, were adopted, would do to the availability of groundwater and the need for additional groundwater supplies to meet local demand. Also, at the end of my testimony, I offer the opinion that not knowing what the update of the Bay Delta plan is going to do exactly or how it's going to be implemented, the best we can do at this point is make a reasonable guess about how much water may or may not be available and operate on that basis as opposed to just waiting to see or delaying this process until there's more certainty.
Where in your testimony or exhibits can I find your analysis that indicates why a potential Bay Delta plan update should result in a hard cap of 100,000 acre feet a year on Yuba's transfers?
My testimony doesn't draw a direct line between those two things.
Is it fair to say that your proposed hard cap of 100,000 acre feet is based on your assumptions of what Bay Delta plan amendments may involve?
I'd say it's based more on a sense of what it may involve.
Okay, thank you. Have you provided any analysis of the water supply impacts to existing Yuba Accord transfer buyers of your proposed hard cap of 100,000 acre feet a year?
No.
Have you provided any analysis of the financial impacts on Yuba County Water Agency of your proposed hard cap of 100,000 acre feet a year?
Not specifically, although I do suggest that it's likely that reduction in available transfer water supply would cause an increase or could cause an increase in the unit cost and offset some of the cost to Yuba. And not part of the question also goes to what the financial impacts would be, not so much to Yuba as to the groundwater, those who are doing groundwater substitution, because it's not clear how Yuba might divide the groundwater substitution transfers and the storage transfers or other transfers that involve getting down to a storage level if the total amount allowed were reduced.
Is it fair to say you have not provided an analysis of the effect of your proposed hard cap of 100,000 acre feet a year on Yuba County Water Agency or its farmers?
I have not.
Thank you. If your hard cap of 100,000 acre feet a year were adopted, what would become of water Yuba releases above that could not be transferred based on that cap?
Would you repeat the question? Because I want to make sure I understand
Let
the
me ask
wording.
it a different way. If that 100,000 acre foot cap were adopted, is it possible water users downstream would divert the water that Yuba would be prohibited from transferring?
Downstream of what?
The Yuba River?
Yes, I point that out in my testimony.
Do you know who those other water users might be?
It depends on a lot of circumstances and the conditions, because you're talking about transfer water. If you're talking about transfer water, you're talking about transfers under balanced conditions. So if it were a situation where if it's a situation where you're releasing water under excess conditions to meet your minimum in-stream flows, it's not transferable in the first instance. And you know, depending on the priority of the water users between Marysville and Delta outflow, for that matter, it would depend on the priority of the water users, including the state and federal water projects, and as to who might be able to divert that water. I mean, conceptually, there are a lot of water users along the lower Feather River downstream of Marysville. There are water users along the Sacramento River. There are in Delta water users. Any of those could potentially pick up that water if they weren't already picking up the water that they had available to them in any case.
So just to summarize, if there were to be a 100,000 acre foot cap on Yuba transfers, any of those water users you just described might divert water Yuba would be prohibited from transferring, correct?
It all depends on the circumstances and the priority. So, at some point they might, I think you would have to do a more specific analysis of the conditions under which they were potentially diverting.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 6 of this exhibit? And paragraph 11. And Mr. Schutz, you just discussed potential updates to the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, correct?
I did.
And in this paragraph, you discuss an adaptive range of 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow. Do you see that?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that's a range of new Bay Delta plan requirements the state board is considering?
That's why I cited it, yes.
And that range is 20% of unimpaired flow, is that right?
I'm sorry?
That range is 20% of unimpaired flow, correct?
In other words, between 45 and 65, there's a 20% range, yes.
Thank you. That's 20% of the Sacramento River's unimpaired flow, is that right?
The potential range is 45 to 65% of the unimpaired flow.
Ms. Mandel Rice, did you have your?
I apologize. It was an inadvertent hand raise.
Understood. Thank you. Sorry about that, Mr. Pizzera.
No problem. Mr. Schutz, on lines 4 and 5,
Yes.
the unimpaired flow percentages, do you see
Yes.
that? What is your understanding of the river system to which that adaptive range would be applied?
It's the greater Sacramento River watershed and the east side streams, including at present the Calaveras, the McCollumney, and the Cosumnes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to exhibit CSPA 7? And Mr. Schutz, you understand exhibit CSPA 7 is the State Board's 2023 draft staff report?
I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 145? And Mr. Schutz, do you see the heading 2.1.2 watershed overview?
I do.
Can you please look at the second paragraph that begins the Sacramento River?
I read it.
And do you see the second sentence in that paragraph?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the Sacramento River's unimpaired runoff averages 21 million acre feet a year?
No.
The Yuba River contributes to the Sacramento River's unimpaired runoff, is that right?
That's correct.
20% of the Sacramento River's average unimpaired runoff would be about 4 million acre feet, is that right?
Yes.
The adaptive range of Bay Delta Plan potential amendments you discussed involved about 20% of the Sacramento River's unimpaired runoff, is that right?
Again, I'm having a little trouble with the construction of the way you're phrasing this, but 20% of 21 million acre feet is a little better than 4 million acre feet.
And the potential Bay Delta Plan amendments you discussed in your testimony range from 45% to 65% of unimpaired flow, is that right?
That's correct. That's what the document says.
And that adaptive range would involve about 4 million acre feet a year, correct?
The adaptive range encompasses a potential range of about 4 million acre feet, a little better, yes.
And that would be an adaptive range of 4 million acre feet every year, correct?
That's not the way I understand it. The way I understand it is that there is as proposed, the 55% is the starting point, and that under certain conditions, the board or some group of entities could decide to lower or raise the range.
And that would be within a range of 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow, correct?
Those would be the outside limits, yes.
And that range would involve a range of 4 million acre feet a year, is that right?
2 million up and 2 million down.
Thank you. Is it currently impossible to know where within that 4 million acre feet a year range the state board might adopt Bay Delta Plan amendments?
It's impossible to know with certainty. My understanding is that 55% is the starting point.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 161 in this exhibit? And Mr. Schutz, do you see the first sentence on the page concerning Shasta Reservoir?
I do.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the capacity of Shasta Reservoir is 4.55 million acre feet?
That's the capacity as I understand it.
And that's the largest reservoir in California, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say that the adaptive range of 45 to 65% of unimpaired flow is approximately the entire volume of Shasta Reservoir?
You could put it that way.
Thank you. In your opinion, is it important to maintain water temperatures in the lower Yuba River that are cool enough to support Chinook salmon and steelhead?
Yes, very much.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 513? Mr. Schutz, do you recognize this PowerPoint presentation?
Can you scroll down, please? I believe it was Mr. Jennings' presentation. I recognize it.
Do you recall whether you ever requested the state board to review this presentation during a workshop?
Can you scroll back again, please? I need to review the. I may have, I don't recall.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 11? Mr. Schutz, you see this slide states temperature tolerances for various stages of, or I'm sorry, just for incubation and emergence of steelhead?
I do.
Consistent with this slide, would you agree it's important to maintain temperatures that are protective of steelhead in the Central Valley's rivers?
Of course.
Do you include the Yuba River in that statement?
Of course.
Would you agree it's important to maintain cool enough temperatures for spring run Chinook salmon in the Central Valley's rivers?
Yes,
And does that species exist in the lower Yuba River?
it does.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to exhibit CSPA 7? The staff report. And can we please go to PDF page 1314? Mr. Schutz, do you see that this is the first page of the draft staff report's hydrology and water quality chapter?
I do.
And do you see that it's chapter 7.12?
I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 1381? And can we please scroll to the bottom so we can see the page numbers? Hopefully they're there. Not there. Mr. Schutz, you see this is the first page of the staff report's water temperature analysis?
It appears to be, I don't know that it's the first page, but it is a page of the concerning water temperature.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page and for the subheading temperature modeling? And Mr. Schutz, do you see the sentence immediately under the heading temperature modeling?
I do.
It states that the state board simulated water temperatures for the Sacramento Feather and American rivers, correct?
It does.
It does not include the Yuba River, correct?
Apparently they did not model that.
Do you know
Or
whether the state
chose not to.
I'm sorry.
Or they chose not to discuss it in the report.
Do you know whether the state board conducted any temperature modeling of potential Bay Delta plan amendments for the Yuba River?
I do not know.
Do you see you see towards the bottom of the page that it states that the results of the temperature modeling are stated in Appendix A6?
I see that.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 1063? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this is the first page of the staff report's analysis of aquatic biological resources?
I do.
You see it's chapter 7.6.2.
I see that.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 1153? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this page includes table 7.6.2 dash
I do.
39?
I do.
Do you understand this to be within that aquatic biological resources analysis?
I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down till we see the sentences after footnote B? Mr. Schutz, do you see the paragraph that begins with the analysis of temperature-related effects?
I do. I'm looking at it.
Do you understand that to mean that other than the Sacramento, American, and Feather rivers, this staff report includes only a qualitative water temperature analysis for aquatic resources?
That's what this seems to say.
Okay, thank you. Do you know whether Yuba County Water Agency has performed a quantitative temperature analysis of potential Bay Delta plan amendments based on unimpaired flows?
I have seen many such quantitative analysis from Yuba Water Agency starting in 2012.
This document, let me go back. Let's stay in this document. Can we please, Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 3381? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that this is the first page of Appendix A6
I do.
for the water temperature modeling results? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Have you ever reviewed this appendix?
I looked at it somewhat. I did not review it sort of line by line, as I recall. It's been a while.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 3767? And can we please see the whole slide? Mr. Schutz, do you see that this is table A6-213?
I see that.
Do you see that this is a table of water temperature modeling results for juvenile rearing steelhead in the American River?
Objection, relevance.
Well, Mr. Becerra, where are we going with this? That sounds like a fair objection.
Mr. Schutz has proposed caps and other requirements on accord transfers based on potential Bay Delta plan amendments, and I'm examining whether he understands the water temperature effects of potential Bay Delta plan amendments on steelhead and Chinook salmon.
And why do we need to talk about the American River to get at the effect of Bay Delta plan amendments on fish in the Yuba River?
Because as he stated, there is no modeling in this document for the Yuba, and juvenile steelhead are present in both the Yuba and American rivers.
So we're using the American River modeled temperatures as a sort of proxy for Yuba River water temperatures?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll allow it, but I think you probably need to lay some foundation to establish that it's a, legitimate proxy. So if you want to do that, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Schutz, do you understand that juvenile steelhead are present in both the Yuba and American rivers?
I do. My understanding is that the thermal conditions in the American River are much more challenging for juvenile steelhead than they are as a general matter in the Yuba River.
Do you understand that both rivers depend on reservoir storage to provide cool water for juvenile steelhead?
I do.
Do you understand that 68 degrees Fahrenheit is an index temperature for protectiveness of juvenile steelhead generally?
It's a figure commonly used.
You understand that Watt Avenue depicted on this slide is a point below Folsom Reservoir on the Lower American?
I know where Watt Avenue is.
Is Watt Avenue on, let me go back. Would Daguerre Point Dam be a similar place that is meaningful to juvenile steelhead on the lower Yuba River?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Is Daguerre Point Dam on the lower Yuba River a similar point to Watt on the American for assessing the protectiveness of temperatures for juvenile steelhead?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
It's similar in the sense that it's sort of a benchmark used on each particular river, Watt Avenue on the American and Daguerre, for temperature and however, there are many more challenges with Watt Avenue and meeting temperature requirements for various species than there are at Daguerre Point Dam as a general rule in most years.
Mr. Schutz, do you see on the left-hand column here the months and months 6 through 9?
I'm sorry. I see the month, and then these are okay.
Do you see months 6 through 9?
I do.
Do you understand those months to be June through September?
I do.
Do you see the heading difference in percent of days above index value?
I do.
Do you understand index value to be 68 degrees Fahrenheit?
I'm sorry, to be what?
68 degrees Fahrenheit?
That's what it seems to say in the header, yes.
Do you see under the heading we just discussed, the subheading 55 UF versus baseline?
I do.
Do you understand the acronym 55 UF to be 55% of unimpaired flows?
I do.
In that column, is it fair to say that 55% of unimpaired flows would produce substantially worse water temperatures for juvenile steelhead?
Objection, foundation. I don't know if we've established that the Folsom Reservoir is an adequate proxy for New Bullard's Bar.
Well, I mean, that is a fair point. I'll sustain the objection, and Mr. Becerra, if you want to lay some foundation to get at that point, go to town.
Mr. Schutz, do you understand that the operations of Folsom Reservoir are important to providing protective temperatures for juvenile steelhead in the lower American River?
Yes.
Do you understand that the operations of New Bullard's Bar Reservoir are important to providing protective temperatures for juvenile steelhead in the lower Yuba River?
Yes, but the conditions under which each operates and the demands on each are wildly different.
And you rely on the State Water Board's 2023 draft Bay Delta Plan staff report as a basis for your testimony, correct?
I do, but as you may observe in my testimony, I also state that there are two conflicting objectives in the or sort of complementary, if you want, objectives within the draft staff report. One of those is the delta inflow objective and outflow, but primarily inflow, and the other is the water temperature objective or cold water habitat objective. And how exactly the board is going to balance those or address those remains to be seen. This is the figure that we're looking at here simply assumes that no modification of the unimpaired flow requirement would occur in order to address the water temperature objective. And this is what would happen if no attention were paid to the water temperature objective. How the board is going to reconcile those is something that very much remains to be seen. This is similar to the analyses I've seen from many different entities, including Yuba Water Agency in the past, that sort of looks at one side of the picture but doesn't look at the other side.
To the best of your knowledge, does Exhibit C-SPA 7 contain any quantitative analysis of how the Water Board will integrate an unimpaired flow-based objective and a cold water objective?
I don't think it does. There is a program of implementation draft that is out, and I understand we're going to be seeing another one this month that may give us a better idea of how the board is going to address those things. There were a series of workshops in November through January, as I recall, maybe December and January of 24 and January 25 that sought to address those issues, and the board heard a lot of input, including from Yuba Water Agency and others. I believe Yuba Water Agency, but I may be mistaken on that. But about the need to integrate these and adjust them accordingly in order to try to achieve as much of each as is reasonably and physically possible.
To the best of your knowledge, has the Water Board provided any quantitative analysis of how it would integrate unimpaired flow-based standards and a cold water habitat objective?
No, I'm hoping to see that in the program of implementation that's out in the next month or two.
Okay. Can we please go back to Mr. Schute's testimony in C-SPA Exhibit 1C? And go to the top of page 4, please. And Mr. Schutz, on lines 1 and 2, you are proposing the state board adopt a hard cap of 100,000 acre-feet of Yuba Accord transfers based on the board's consideration of Bay Delta plan amendments, correct?
Yes.
And the board has not provided a quantitative analysis of how it will integrate unimpaired flow standards and water temperature standards, correct?
It has not to date.
Thank you.
Let me jump in here just to clarify for my own curiosity. Mr. Schutz, this 100,000 acre-feet limitation on total transfer map that you and the other NGO parties are proposing, is that intended in some way to, we'll call it, assist with the reconciliation of the cold water objectives versus delta inflow and outflow objectives?
Give me a minute to think about that. I don't think it's designed to assist with that reconciliation. It's just a sort of estimate of where the board might land.
So in other words, I mean, just to boil it down to its essence, what I understand you to be saying is that, you know, if the Bay Delta plan update is adopted, it includes this unimpaired, you know, flow requirement. There's going to be, in your opinion, some amount of water, some smaller amount of water available for transfer, potentially roughly half of what Yuba's current limit is. Is that fair?
That's fair. And I would say that there will be less, probably somewhat less water in storage. It's harder to say how much at the beginning of the irrigation season or the transfer season.
Okay. All right. I think I'm tracking. Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll up to the preceding page and lines 19 through 23? Mr. Schutz, is it a fair summary of this paragraph that you're proposing that Yuba cord transfers be prohibited whenever water quality objectives in the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan are not met?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 504? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that the first page here is the 2018 Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
I'm familiar with the document.
You read my mind. That was my next question. Can we, Ms. Mullen, can we please go to PDF page 27? And Mr. Schutz, you see this as Table 3, Water Quality Objectives for Fish and Wildlife Beneficial Uses?
I do. If Ms. Mullen could zoom in just a tad, it would help me. Thank you.
Mr. Schutz, these objectives include narrative objectives, correct?
That's my understanding.
Under your proposed term, would the narrative objectives have to be met before Yuba could transfer any water?
I think the board would have to consider the details of every objective in D1641 and find language that was appropriate to condition Yuba Water's permits without also holding Yuba Water responsible for things that are entirely out of its control, like the doubling objective. So,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
There are specific issues that I call out in my testimony that are of particular concern. I think we also, there may be difficulty in complying with some of the requirements within D1641. And my proposal is not to all of a sudden make Yuba Water responsible for meeting each and every one of those. Those that have some effect or that are somehow influenced by Yuba Water, or that
how would Yuba Water determine whether the narrative objectives in this table were met so that it could transfer water?
I think a refinement of language would address that issue, and the intent is not to require Yuba Water to do that.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go?
Before we do that, sorry, this is one of the issues I kind of want to get to the bottom of here. So, Mr. Schutz, what are the specific water quality objectives, whether they're in, I think of this as, I guess, the document formerly known as the Phase 1 update, but I don't know what we're calling it now, but what are the specific objectives either in this document or in D1641 that CSPA's believes that Yuba Water's transfers, has some effect on and are important to?
I wouldn't say that have some effect on, but have some interaction with, and things like the delta outflow objectives in the fall, summer and fall, water quality objectives, agricultural objectives, and the Edmonton and Jersey Point objectives. Those are the ones that are typically addressed in temporary urgency change petitions. And those are the ones of primary concern here.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Mr. Becerra.
Can we please go back to Mr. Schutz's testimony, CSPA 1C? And Mr. Schutz, your proposed term here on lines 19 through 23, just to follow up on Mr. Bivens' question, what water quality objectives would have to be met for Yuba to transfer water under this term?
I think I just outlined the ones that are of the greatest concern.
So it would not be all of the water quality objectives, is that correct?
That's not the intent.
Have you stated anywhere in your testimony or exhibits what water quality objectives would have to be met before Yuba Water could transfer water?
I have not offered any qualification in written testimony. I'm offering it here. And I think it's a drafting issue, not a substantive issue.
So at this time, it's not possible for Yuba Water to determine what your proposed term would do to its ability to transfer water. Is that accurate?
I've already told you some of the things that I believe should be part of the condition.
You've referenced a draft cold water habitat objective under the draft Bay Delta Plan amendments. Do you know whether that's a numeric or narrative standard?
I don't know where it's going to come out. I suspect it's going to be both.
Under your proposed term here on lines 19 through 23, would Yuba Water have to comply with a cold water habitat objective before it could transfer any water?
It might be restricted as to how much groundwater substitution it could do. Although actually, strike that. I think in general, yes, it would be the answer to that question.
Okay. Thank you.
But again, it depends on what kind of transfers you're talking about. If you're talking about meeting minimum in-stream flows, then it's different than the storage objectives or the storage-based transfers.
So it would the application of your proposed term here on lines 19 through 23 would depend on what type of transfer operation Yuba was conducting?
I think in practice it would.
Okay, thank you. On lines 22 through 23, you refer to temporary urgency change orders for Delta operations.
Yes,
Is that referring to temporary urgency change orders for the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project?
it is.
And by that statement, do you mean the type of change orders we have seen in recent years that have relieved them of responsibility of certain Bay Delta water quality objectives?
Yes.
Ms. Mull, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 507? Mr. Schutz, do you see this as a copy of Water Code Section 13247?
I do.
Do you understand this statute generally requires the state board to comply with Bay Delta water quality objectives?
Would you repeat that, please?
Sure. Do you see the statute refers to water quality control plans?
Yes.
Do you understand that to include the Bay Delta water quality control plan?
Yes.
And do you understand that to include that plan's water quality objectives?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that this statute generally requires the state board to implement the Bay Delta water quality control plans, water quality objectives?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Sorry, give me the question again, Mr. Becerra, and then I'll.
Sure. Mr. Schutz, do you understand that this statute generally requires the state board to implement the Bay Delta water quality control plans, water quality objectives?
I'll sustain the objection.
Mr. Schutz, do you have an understanding of what this statute requires?
Yes.
What is that understanding?
That the state board has to implement the water quality control plans.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 508? Mr. Schutz, do you see this as a copy of Government Code Section 8571?
I do.
Do you see the statute authorizes the governor to suspend, quote, any regulatory statute under some conditions?
I'm very familiar with it.
What's your understanding of the statute?
My understanding of the statute in practice is that the governor can suspend, in relevant case here, the water quality control plan for the Delta.
And in relevant cases, do you mean drought emergencies declared by the governor?
That would be one.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 516?
Which number was that, please?
Sure. Yuba Water 516. Mr. Schutz, do you see that this is Water Code Section 1058.5?
I see it.
Do you have an understanding of what this statute authorizes?
If you'd scroll down a little, I could review it, but I'm somewhat familiar with it. Can you scroll down to the bottom, please? Thank you.
And it is actually 2 pages if you.
There's another page, yeah. I've reviewed it.
Do you know whether the state board has ever adopted any emergency water right curtailment regulations under this statute?
Yes, many times in the recent past.
Have you ever commented to the state board that it should adopt emergency water right curtailment regulations under this statute?
Yes.
And when was that?
I don't recall exactly, but I imagine it would have been in any of the years 2014, 2015, 2021, or 2022. I seem to remember more discussion in 2014 and 2015.
And were those years when the governor declared an emergency drought condition?
They were.
Were those the same years that the governor suspended application of Water Code Section 13247?
Yes.
Is it your opinion the state board should prohibit water transfers through the Delta during a drought emergency declared by the governor?
It's my opinion that the state and federal projects should avoid situations that require the declaration of drought emergencies by the governor.
Is it your understanding the governor has declared drought emergencies based on the condition of the state and federal projects?
It's my understanding that the governor has declared drought emergencies based on the condition of the state and federal projects and their levels of storage in the immediate, without looking retrospectively at prior years and how they got to that point of low storage.
Is it your opinion the state board should prohibit water transfers through the Delta during a drought emergency declared by the governor?
It's my opinion the state board should not allow transfers, at least to state and federal contractors south of the Delta, at times when the state and federal projects are not meeting basic water quality requirements under D1641.
And would you apply that conclusion to situations where the governor has declared a drought emergency?
That's the only time that it applies, really.
Would you apply that conclusion no matter how significant the water supply shortages are south of the Delta?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Mr. Schutz's written testimony, Exhibit C-SPA 1C? And specifically, page 13, paragraph 38. Thank you. Mr. Schutz, do you see lines 8 through 11?
I do.
Is it fair to summarize those lines as stating your opinion that if Yuba Water were prohibited from transferring water under TUCO conditions, other water users might just divert what would have been transfer water?
I state that as a possibility. In these situations, as you pointed out, there are often also curtailments, which would limit the opportunity of sort of intervening diverters to divert. There also is, a number of circumstances having to do with priority that would determine whether and the degree to which downstream diverters could divert. It depends on the details and the specifics.
Is it at least possible that prohibiting Yuba water from transferring water in these conditions would just allow other people to divert Yuba's releases for free?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
Okay, there are several parts to that question. First of all, I'm not sure that anyone diverting would say just, but it is possible that intervening diverters between Marysville and the Delta could divert water. And they would not be required to pay for it. That's correct.
Is it fair to say there's no guarantee that prohibiting Yuba from transferring water in these conditions would improve Delta water quality?
I think there's no guarantee, but if you think about the circumstances at play, um, um, there is a likelihood that DWR would have to release additional water from Oroville in order to meet whatever requirements it was required to meet in the Delta. if it was not sort of what's called backing up water into Oroville, at least prior to July 1st.
Have you provided any technical analysis of the scenario you just described?
I've described it conceptually, I believe.
Have you provided any analysis of that scenario in your testimony or exhibits?
There are too many variables, I think, to provide
Okay, thank you.
testimony on that. At least, I don't even know. I'm not even sure how I would go about doing that.
Okay. Under the conditions described on lines 8 and 9, if Yuba were prohibited from transferring water, there's no guarantee that Delta outflows would be increased, correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up Exhibit Yuba Water 509? Mr. Fuchs, do you see this as a copy of Water Code Section 1435?
I do.
Are you familiar with this statute?
I am.
Do you understand it governs the state board's issuance of temporary urgency change orders?
I do.
Do you understand that this statute grants the state board discretion in setting the terms of such an order?
I do.
And in prior years, the state board has granted the CVP and SWP relief from Bay Delta water quality objectives under this statute. Is that right?
That's true, and under conditions that I do not believe were sufficiently stringent or that they should have. But yes, they've done that.
Okay.
They've exercised their discretion over my objections and the objections of my organization.
Your opinion that in future situations where the board has issued an order granting the CVP and SWP relief from Bay Delta water quality objectives, it should prohibit Yuba from transferring water?
It's my opinion that the board should take action to the degree that it can to try to persuade or incentivize the state and federal projects from not getting into situations where they have to have temporary urgency change orders in the first place. And so you're assuming a hypothetical where basically the hypothetical that we've seen in 2014 and 2015 and 2021 and 2022, where actions in antecedent years set up conditions that compelled the board to make a sort of one-off short-term decision, which, seems to become a serial kind of approach to dealing with situations of shortage and not planning for them. And so a lot of what I'm trying to do here is to convince, to make it difficult or to make it, on the one hand, favorable for DWR to not get in this situation, and to make it difficult for DWR and its contractors if indeed they get in that situation. So I believe that the question is more appropriately addressed by looking at what happens before an emergency order might be needed, as opposed to once the emergency order is necessary. So that said, if you want to repeat your question, I'll try to answer it on a straight basis as well as I can.
Is it your opinion the state board should incentivize the CVP and SWP to avoid needing temporary urgency change orders by now prohibiting Yuba from transferring water when those orders are in place?
I have to say, I think the answer basically is yes. I do think that one could qualify that to address recipients that are export contractors. That would satisfy a lot of my concern, because what basically I see Yuba's role in this is contributing to a workaround whereby during temporary urgency change orders, the state and federal projects are limited to health and safety deliveries, and the transfers become a workaround for those agencies that can afford additional water, rather than holding all the contractors to the standards set forth for the state and federal projects. That's how I see Yuba's role. The goal is not to punish Yuba. The goal is to eliminate that particular workaround. And it's not just Yuba. We've made the same expressed the same concerns about other serial transferors.
Is it your opinion the current state board should impose on Yuba's transfers a prohibition of transfers when the state and federal projects are operating under temporary urgency change orders in the future?
Yes.
Let me ask a follow-up to that. This has been troubling me, Mr. Schutz. So let's say that the state board imposes that kind of prohibition, a blanket prohibition on conducting export transfers south of Delta when a TUCO is in effect for the federal and state projects. The way I read this statute is that any permittee, including Yuba, could file a temporary urgency change petition and potentially obtain an order removing that restriction in this transfer approval. So that being the case, and maybe you disagree with my reading of the statute, in which case we should talk about that. But that being the case, what's the value of including that prohibition if Yuba can just kind of, file a Me Too to UCP at the same time as the federal government and DWR and get that restriction removed?
There could be particulars regarding how Yuba makes water available for transfers that could be limited by a temporary order, or the board would have to approve a temporary order. It might limit, for example, the use of minimum in-stream flows. It might put conditions on minimum in-stream flows as transfer water. It might put conditions regarding the backing up of water into Oroville, and require DWR to do something, given that it's and then it might do that through its own TUC, through the DWR's TUCO, or through this one. I think it would offer, rather than having a blanket sort of go ahead and work around, which is basically what we have today, or as proposed. The board would have the opportunity to set conditions and potentially improve delta water quality, either through placing requirements on Yuba or DWR.
Okay, and so I don't understand you to be offering any of those types of conditions in your case in chief testimony, but what I think I understand you to be saying is that there is, from your perspective, some value in potentially requiring Yuba Water to go through some additional process under these conditions and file its own TUCP. Is that a fair characterization of your answer?
That's a fair characterization of the answer. I think that the permit terms suggested here were, I will concede, general. And I think that the board might consider ways. This is a 25-year long-term transfer. There are going to be dry years in those 25 years. What we've had in the last, since 2008, is that we've dealt with these kinds of circumstances and how the transfers interact with them as a one-off. And basically, the board has allowed not just Yuba's transfers, but transfers in general under TUCPs, in part because they just really didn't know what else to do, and they hadn't really planned for it. This is the time to plan for it and see if there are some conditions that can limit this and that can improve the overall practice. Part of it attaches to Yuba. Part of it attaches to the sort of general practice of TUCPs and TUCOs.
Okay, well, I'll just thank you for that. That's helpful in understanding CSPA's position, at least. I will preview some of the comments I'm going to make towards the end of our day and say it would be, I think, desirable if you and other protestants who have, proposed more sort of general categorical permit terms could think more rigorously about the specifics and potentially make some proposals either in rebuttal or closing briefs. That would be very helpful to me. With that thought,
Understood.
Mr. Becerra, back to you.
Thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Mr. Schuss's testimony in Exhibit CSPA 1C? And go to the bottom of page 9, which is paragraph 28. Mr. Schutz, I'm going to try to summarize this paragraph and tell me if I got it right or wrong, if you don't mind. Essentially, you're stating that Yuba would have the ability to coordinate with DWR and Reclamation to provide water to the Delta when the state and federal projects may have to file a temporary change order petition for relief from Bay Delta water quality standards. Is that accurate?
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that.
Sure. Is it a fair summary of this paragraph that you are stating in a future condition when the state and federal projects may need a temporary urgency change order to modify Bay Delta standards, Yuba could coordinate with them and provide water to reduce or eliminate the need for a temporary urgency change order? Is that a fair summary?
I think that it's a fair summary that doesn't include the last part, which is that this might offer the opportunity for Yuba to transfer some of the water that would have transferred otherwise, but not all of it.
Okay, thank you. Have you provided any technical analysis of conditions in which this might occur?
No.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 227? And Mr. Schutz, you've reviewed this exhibit, correct?
I have.
You asked Mr. Grinnell a series of questions about it, as I recall. Is that right?
I asked Mr. Grinnell a series of questions about, I believe it was the one on 2018, not 2014.
But you've reviewed this one concerning 2014, is that right?
You've rolled this out several times, yes.
Thank you. 2014 was one of the critically dry years when the state board issued a temporary urgency change order for the state and federal projects. Is that right?
It was a particularly bad year. Yes, it did issue a series of temporary urgency change orders.
Did you object to those orders?
I did.
On this exhibit, Yuba Water 227, do you understand the dark blue line represents the lower Yuba River's minimum stream flow requirements?
I do.
Do you understand that the green hatched area represents the water Yuba released from storage in that year?
I understand that's the water released from storage. Well, I think that the dark blue above the line was also released from storage. If you're asking whether the hatched green is the storage transfers that Yuba conducted, that's my understanding of it.
And the dark blue area is a groundwater substitution transfer, is that right?
It is.
If it had not been groundwater substitution, Yuba's releases from storage would have been required to meet minimum stream flows. Is that accurate?
Sorry, say that again, please.
Sure. Without groundwater substitution transfers, Yuba's storage releases were necessary to meet minimum flows on the lower Yuba River in 2014, correct?
The flows below the dark blue line were necessary to meet Yuba's minimum stream flow requirements on the lower Yuba River.
And the green hatched area shows that much of that water came from storage releases, correct?
Much of which water?
The water necessary to meet minimum stream flow standards.
Came from stored water?
Yes,
Is that the question?
yes.
Yes, it is. That's true.
The operation you proposed in your paragraph 28 of your testimony, would that have been possible in 2014?
I'm having a little trouble reading the dates at the bottom, but conceivably what might have been possible is that the of that groundwater substitution transfer, some of that water could have been dedicated to I'm sorry, I'm having
Let me try asking the question again,
okay.
and I'll break it up. Yuba needed to release stored water to meet minimum lower Yuba River flows in 2014, correct?
Right.
And it needed to release stored water to meet minimum flows from roughly mid-April all the way to at least mid-October, correct?
Yes.
And then again in November, correct?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that Yuba Water had no flexibility to release additional stored water for Delta conditions when it needed its stored water to meet minimum lower Yuba flows?
I guess what I'm saying is that had Yuba made an arrangement with its local units to forego, say, half of the groundwater substitution and reallocate the other half in earlier in the year, it might have allowed and then release that water. So if you sort of imagine the blue mass moving to the left, that might have improved water quality conditions downstream. And in 2014, I don't believe that. I mean, that there were likely a lot of people able to divert between there and the Delta. So that might have improved water quality conditions in the Delta. Even if it was diverted in the Delta, it might have improved water quality conditions in the Delta. So that would be, I think that would be the only flexibility that I see in this particular year for the situation that you're talking about. I think there may be in other dry or pretty dry years, some opportunity to use some of that water that's basically above the minimum line to reallocate it in such a way that some of it could be used to improve the ability to meet water to meet water quality requirements in the Delta. There's also this sort of situation, as I understand it, up till July 1st, the water was not being directly transferred. It wasn't being released. And I mean, some water was hitting the delta, but DWR was withholding an equivalent amount in storage in Oroville and then later releasing it for transfer. There could be some arrangement whereby some of that water, DWR would not release that, would increase its release somewhat in order to, basically back up less water. That would mean that Yuba would receive less revenue because potentially, unless there was another arrangement made. But less water would be backed up in any case into Oroville, and rather than a situation where DWR was withholding withdrawals from Oroville in the spring up till July 1st. It could increase its releases and come closer to meeting some of the Delta water quality requirements.
You provided any technical analysis to support the scenario you just described?
No, I've just described it conceptually.
Thank you. In order to make the groundwater substitution water available, Yuba County farmers would need to agree to pump groundwater and forego water under their contracts with Yuba, correct?
That's correct. I mean, as I understand it, that's not an uncommon practice in many other, watersheds.
In the scenario you just described, the Yuba County farmers would do that to provide water for the Delta, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Exhibit C-SPA 1C and go to page 11, paragraph 33?
Before we go there, Mr. Becerra, this next line of questioning, how much longer do you think we're going to go for?
These are the last couple questions on this line. I then have some questions about the proposed term to prioritize certain buyers.
Okay, let's finish this line, take our lunch break, and then we can resume with the proposed term on the prioritization of the North and Delta transfers.
Very good.
Thank you.
Mr. Schutz, in paragraph 33 of your testimony, is it fair to say that you state that Yuba County farmers might be better off if they did not do groundwater substitution transfers?
I think I would qualify it more than that. I would say that under circumstances where, as a general matter, less water was available for delivery within the Yuba watershed, that they might be for the Yuba water irrigators, Yuba area irrigators, let's say, or those who currently engage in groundwater substitution might need that water in order to have reliable supplies, in order to irrigate locally. I think we heard Mr. Grinnell last week tell us that there were some circumstances in which those who might otherwise engage in groundwater substitution transfers elected not to following 2015. So it's sort of along the same lines. I don't think that, whether they're better off, they would not have as much revenue from water sales. But in terms of water supply reliability and the overall, it depends on how they'd weigh that as compared to the revenue from water sales, I guess.
In order for Yuba to conduct groundwater substitution operations to add water to the Delta in drought years, Yuba County farmers would have to pump groundwater to support that release of surface water to the delta, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I didn't follow you all start to finish.
Sure. In order for Yuba to conduct groundwater substitution to contribute water to the delta in a drought year,
Hmm.
Yuba County farmers would have to pump groundwater and forego surface water supplies, correct?
Yes.
And that's it for this line of questioning, Mr. Bittner.
Very good. Thank you. Let's take our hour-long lunch break. Let's come back at 12:50 and we'll resume with Mr. Schutz's cross-examination by Mr. Becerra. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I see our court reporter. Are you ready to go, ma'am? Very good. And I see Mr. Becerra and Mr. Schutz and Ms. Mertz. You here?
I'm here. Give me just a second, please. Thank you. Sorry about that.
No problem. Ms. Mertz, are you ready to go? Ms. Mertz, are you ready to proceed? No, yeah, there we go. I see you're off mute.
Did you just ask me a question? Because I was working on audio problems and that last bit.
Oh, good. Now I can hear you. Yes. Are you ready to proceed? We were going to jump back in with Mr. Becerra's continued cross-examination of Mr. Schutz.
Yes, sir. And now my audio is working.
Yes, very good. All right. Then with that, we are back on the record. And Mr. Becerra, you may resume your cross-examination. And you need to come off mute, Mr. Becerra.
5 years in, you'd think I'd be better. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit C-SPA 1C, Mr. Schutz's testimony? And can we please go to the bottom of page 3, paragraph 6? There we go. Mr. Schutz, I'll refer to East Bay Municipal Utility District as East Bay Mud. Do you understand that?
I do.
And I'll refer to Contra Costa Water District as CCWD. Do you understand that?
I do.
And on lines 24 through 26, you propose an approval term in which Yuba would be required to prioritize transfers to East Bay Mud and CCWD over transfers through the CVP and SWP's export pumps, correct?
Correct.
Under this proposed term, if East Bay Mud and CCWD didn't want the water, it could be transferred to the CVP and SWP, correct?
Correct.
Have you done any analysis as to whether this proposed term would affect who receives Yuba transfer water in reality?
Objection, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled.
I don't understand the question other than if East Bay Mud and Contra Costa were requesting water, they would get it first. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any difference.
Have you done any analysis as to whether or not this term would change the destinations of Yuba transfer water over what has occurred to date?
Well, to date, I don't think they have actually taken any water, except Contra Costa may have taken it in 1 year. So the practical effect would be very small based on historic practice.
Okay, thank you. You have provided 2 rationales for this proposed term, correct?
Yes.
And one concerns your opinions about the fish screens these various diverters have. Is that right?
Yes.
And the other is the comparative reliability of the base water supplies among the various buyers. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, let's talk about the rationale about fish screens.
Okay.
Ms. Mullen, can you please pull up exhibit AHO 008? And Mr. Schutz, this is the protest to Yuba's pending petition that CSPA and the other NGOs filed, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please go to the bottom of PDF page 15? And this is document page 12. Mr. Schutz, this is section 4 of the protest, is that right?
Looks like.
Is it that section 4 that contains the rationale for your proposed term about prioritizing transfers, is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down to the next page? And Mr. Schutz, do you see figures 3 and 4, or at least see the top of 4?
I do.
And Ms. Mullen, I don't know if it's possible to get the whole page on the screen. That might be helpful, though. Thank you. These figures are of entrainment at the CVP and SWP export facilities, correct?
I'm sorry, I can't see the, oh, yes. Yes, they are.
And they're of entrainment of winter run Chinook salmon and steelhead at those facilities, correct?
That's correct.
And they're all for 2024, is that right?
They look to be, yes.
And the whole period covered by both figures is from January 1st through April 1st, 2024, correct?
That's correct.
Yuba was not transferring water during that period, correct?
That's correct.
To the best of your knowledge, do the biological opinions that govern CVP and SWP facilities prohibit transfers during this period?
Yes. Although there is as I understand it, there's a provision within the application that suggests that if the biological opinions change, that Yuba might be allowed to transfer up to 20,000 acre feet in the December through June period if the biological opinions allowed that.
But currently the biological opinions do not allow transfers through CVP and SWP facilities in the period shown in these figures, correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And those biological opinion restrictions have existed since 2009, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit AHO 010? Mr. Schutz, do you understand this is the compilation of Yuba's pending water right petition?
Yes.
And can we please go to PDF page 8, Ms. Mullen? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this as the first page of attachment 2 and Yuba's proposed approval terms?
I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page in paragraph 4? Mr. Schutz, is this paragraph 4 the term you were just referencing?
Yeah.
Do you understand that Yuba itself is proposing that the state board could terminate accord transfers in the December 1st to June 30 period under some conditions?
I do understand that. My experience has been that the state board is reluctant to condition transfers on a short-term basis.
Do you understand Yuba is proposing this term to authorize the state board to stop Yuba transfers if they quote cause or threaten to cause a negative impact on fisheries in the Delta?
Yes.
Thank you. Even if the biological opinions authorized Yuba to transfer water through the Delta before July 1st, this term would apply if adopted, correct?
It would apply if the State Water Board elected to exercise its discretion and require Yuba to not transfer water during all or part of that period.
Thank you. Let's talk about your second rationale for the prioritization of transfers to East Bay Mud and CCWD.
Mhm.
Have you done any analysis of the statewide water supply impacts of that proposed term?
I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Can you clarify what you mean by statewide water supply impacts?
Sure, I can break it up. Are you aware that Yuba has transferred Accord Water to CVP and SWP contractors south of the Delta?
Yes.
Are you aware those transfers have occurred in critically dry years?
Yes.
Are you aware they have occurred in dry years?
Yes.
Have you done any analysis of the impacts to south of Delta, CVP, and SWP contractors of your proposed prioritization term?
The only analysis I've done, I mean, there's a lot of hypotheticals involved because we don't know how much water Contra Costa and East Bay Mud might actually request. There have been a couple of potential requests in the past. I'd say the maximum I've seen, if you combine the two, would be something along the order of 45,000 acre feet. 30 to East Bay Mud, I think they were contemplated once, and 15 to Contra Costa. That's my recollection. In that event, it would reduce potentially deliveries to other potential purchasers by that amount.
Have you done any analysis of the economic impacts of that reduction in south of Delta transfers?
No, nor have I done any analysis of the economic benefits of, or lack of impacts, if you want, to prioritizing Contra Costa and East Bay Mud.
Is it fair to say you've done no analysis of the economic effects of the prioritization term you're proposing?
I guess that's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mon, can we please go back to Mr. Schutz's testimony in CSPA 1C? And can we please go to page 10? And scroll down to paragraph 30. Mr. Schutz, is it a fair summary, this paragraph, that you believe if the state board were to deny Yuba's pending petition, Yuba would be unable to transfer water in a series of one-year transfers?
I think there would likely be a series of one-year transfers. The point I made here was simply that at some point, the board might require something other than addressing the transfers under a temporary the section of the water code that deals with temporary transfers, because at a certain point they'd cease to be temporary.
Do you believe at that point Yuba would be required to file a petition for approval of a long-term water transfer?
That would be one option that Yuba would have.
Similar to the pending petition?
Similar to that.
And in this paragraph, the only legal authority you're citing is section 1725 of the water code. Is that right?
That's the only one I cited.
Ms. Mullen, can we please bring up exhibit Yuba Water 226. Mr. Schutzer, have you ever reviewed this state board order?
I have. Is this from 20? I believe I have. Can you give me the date on it, please?
Yeah, Ms. Mullen, why don't we scroll to the last page of the exhibit? And Mr. Schutz, do you see this as a 2025 order?
Yes, and can we go back to the top again, please? I just want to make sure that I know what I'm looking at.
Certainly.
Yes, I have reviewed this.
This order approved a one-year water transfer from Yuba to CCWD, correct?
It did.
And it approved it under Water Code 1725, is that accurate?
That's what it appears to say, yes.
And the transfer, oh, I said that. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to Mr. Grinnell's testimony at Yuba Water 200? And can we please go to PDF page 19 and paragraph 77? Mr. Schutz, you reviewed Mr. Grinnell's testimony, correct?
I did. If Miss Mullen, if you could expand it just a little, please, for these old eyes, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you see in paragraph 77 how Mr. Grinnell describes the state board having approved a series of one-year transfer petitions to?
I do see that.
Do you have any reason to doubt that the board did approve those one-year petitions?
Not at all.
And do you know whether those petitions were approved under Water Code section 1725?
I don't know about the other ones, but it certainly appears that the one in 2025 was. And I would assume that the others were too.
Okay, thank you. And you're proposing the state board prioritize transfers to CCWD, is that right?
That's correct. And East Bay Mud.
East Bay Mud.
Mhm.
And in this series of orders, the board did approve one-year transfers to CCWD of Accord transfer water, correct?
I'm reviewing the paragraph.
Sure.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mullen, can we please go back to Mr. Schutz's testimony in CSPA 1C? And can we please scroll down to page 11, paragraph 33? And Mr. Schutz, we discussed this paragraph before. In this paragraph, are you expressing an opinion that Yuba's farmers should not be doing groundwater substitution transfers?
Not necessarily.
What is the opinion you're expressing in this paragraph concerning the advisability of groundwater substitution transfers from Yuba County?
I think that I'm not necessarily expressing an opinion about that. I think what I'm doing is trying to answer the question as it was phrased or framed, which was if there weren't transfers, where would the water go? So the assumption was not that there shouldn't be or why there wasn't. The assumption was that there weren't.
And so is it fair to say what you're doing is expressing the opinion that if Yuba's water transfers were limited and therefore limiting groundwater substitution transfers, this is what might happen to that water?
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit FOR 050? and that's the Lower Yuba River Fisheries Agreement.
Mr. Mazzara, maybe while Ms. Mullen is finding that document, I'll ask you a question. Does Yuba Water have a position as to the relative priority of who gets transfer water first, is between CCWD and East Bay Mud and South of Delta contractors?
The current water purchase agreement has some relatively detailed terms about how that water is allocated. There's different classes of transferable water. I could probably point you to the appropriate parts of the water purchase agreement. Off the top of my head, I'd be a little hesitant to describe them.
Fair enough. And maybe they will be described in rebuttal or closing briefs or wherever is most appropriate. I suspect at some point I may have to think about that. So I'd like to be pointed at some point, but it doesn't have to be now.
And I think we'd be happy to provide you and everyone else in writing after the close of this session of hearing where you might see that.
That would be great. Thank you.
Oh, 050. Mr. Schutz, do you see that this is the Lower Yuba River Fisheries Agreement?
I do.
Have you ever reviewed this agreement?
I haven't reviewed it recently.
Ms.
But
Moore, I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
no, I'm sorry. I probably interrupted you. It's been a while since I reviewed it sort of carefully.
Thank you. Ms. Moore, can we please go to PDF page 65? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that this exhibit established water year types under this agreement?
I'm aware of that, yes.
And do you see that Schedule 6 is the driest year with a schedule?
It is, and then there's a conference here after that.
Yeah. Ms. Mon, can we please go back up to PDF page 8 and go to the bottom? And if you need to, Mr. Schutz, please take a minute to review section 5.1.1.
Okay, do I need to look at the next page?
You don't need to for my purposes, but if you feel you need to, please go ahead.
I'd like to see the rest of it, please, just for a second. Okay, that's all right. Let's why don't you ask your question? If I feel I need more, I will ask for it.
Thank you. Do you see in the first sentence of section 5.1.1 that Yuba committed to provide additional 30,000 acre feet of additional water in Schedule 6 years?
I did see that.
And do you see that that is further described in section 5.1.3?
Yes.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll to the next page to section 5.1.3? And Mr. Schutz, if you need to take a minute to review that section, please do so.
I've reviewed it. I don't fully understand what it means that YCWA will operate a groundwater substitution program. So I'll state that caveat.
Okay, appreciate that. Do you understand that in this paragraph, Yuba is committing to provide an additional 30,000 acre feet of water in Schedule 6 years via groundwater substitution?
I do see that.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, can we please go to page 11 and section 5.1.8? And Mr. Schutz, you see the introductory language there in 5.1.8?
Hold on a second, please.
Sure.
Am I looking at just the first sentence, or am I looking at where it says schedule 1 years?
Just the first sentence.
Okay.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down and to the next page until we see the bullet for schedule 6 years? Mr. Schutz, you see in this paragraph that schedule 6-year water will be scheduled during the transferable period?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that under this section 5.1.8, Yuba, this agreement coordinates the transfer of groundwater substitution water with the provision of 30,000 acre feet for fish benefit?
Say that one more time, please.
Sure. Is it fair to say under this section 5.1.8,
Mhm.
in schedule 6 years, this agreement coordinates Yuba's provision of 30,000 acre feet of water for fish, with the transfer of the groundwater substitution water?
That's what it says.
And again, schedule 6 years are very dry years, is that right?
That's correct.
Is it possible that limiting or ceasing groundwater substitution transfers would interfere with the provision of 30,000 acre feet for fish in schedule 6 years?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
It's possible, depending on how else any transfers that occurred might be allocated.
That's the end of my cross-examination of Mr. Schutz.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Becerra. Let's see. There's Mr. Soderlund. Mr. Soderlund, do you have questions for Dr. Pierce or Mr. Schutz?
I do. I have a few questions for Mr. Schutz.
Very good. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Schutz.
Good afternoon, sir.
If we could pull up Mr. Schutz's testimony, Peace Law 1C, and go to page 3, and look at paragraph 6 again. Roll down to.
There you go.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. Mr. Schutz, I'm looking in particular at the first bullet point under paragraph 6, that talking about the permanent condition to disallow transfers. I know Mr. Becerra asked you a good number of questions about this, so I'll try to be efficient. Would that permit condition of disallowing transfers when a TUCO is in place or when water quality objectives are not being met also apply to transfers to East Bay Mud and Contra Costa?
As written here, it would. I think I would be open to a discussion of that question. The primary concern was for transfers through the state and federal export facilities.
And just as a reminder, why is your focus on disallowing transfers through the state and federal facilities when TUCOs or objectives are not being met?
Because there's several reasons. One is that the people responsible for the operation of the state and federal export facilities are directly affected or are the ones who are asking for TUCOs in the first instance. Another is that as a general rule, the nature of the export facilities is more impactful to fish than the diversion facilities of East Bay Mud at Freeport and Contra Costa. And the third is that is a reliability issue regarding what the overall place in the portfolio of the water use of the respective water users or transfer recipients is. May I have just a minute to let my dog outside?
You may.
Thank you. I'll be right back. Thank you. I apologize.
No problem, Mr. Schutz.
Mr. Schutz, is it your testimony that transfers of Yuba water during periods of when TUCOs are in place causes harm to other legal users of water or fish and wildlife?
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Going to ask you to clarify that.
Yeah.
I don't have an opinion, I don't believe, about other legal users of water, or at least, and I haven't expressed one. In terms of causing harm to fish and wildlife, I think it becomes part of an arrangement that causes harm to fish and wildlife. Whether the transfer itself causes direct harm to fish and wildlife, I don't think I've said that.
In your experience, what is it your understanding that when considering a TUCP, the water board could have conditioned DWR or the Bureau's water rights to reduce the export of transfer water?
They could have, and in one instance did, in February of 2015, and they immediately reversed course in March of 2015 over my strenuous objection.
So the water board could have put limits on exports of transfer water if they wanted to in a TUCP context.
As on a one-time basis, exercising its discretion under the circumstances, yes, it could have. That was the only case that I've seen the water board do that, and it reversed course in a hurry. My general sense, having been watching this for the last 12 years, is that those kinds of limitations are extremely unlikely. And I think I even state some of that in my testimony.
We scroll down to page 4, top of page 4, that first bullet point in line 1 and 2. If you could refresh my memory, I know you covered this with Mr. Becerra, but could you just provide a refresher explanation of how you came up to the 100,000 acre feet limit?
It was an approximation based on an expectation that there will be less water available for transfer in the future. And in the absence of clarity about how the water board is going to act in the update of the Bay Delta plan, it was the best figure I could come up with. I'll note that the transfers under the accord that have occurred from stored water in the past have generally been less than 100,000 acre feet. I think there might have been once or twice it was greater. So that was a consideration. But I don't presume, as I said before, how Yuba Water Agency and its potential groundwater substitution participants would divide up for any responsibility.
Would it be fair to characterize this proposed permit condition as based off of future unknown conditions?
I think the future conditions, the details of the future conditions are unknown. I think it's fair to say that there is some known condition that there will be less water available. How much needs to be quantified? I'd say, on the other hand, or contrary-wise, simply waiting until there's definition of how much water is exactly available when you're contemplating a 25-year transfer is also it contains an element of assumption and speculation as well.
Based off your understanding, in any order approving Yuba's petition, would the water board have continuing authority over the terms and conditions of that order?
Yes, it would, but that does not inspire a lot of confidence in my thinking. The board has continuing authority over virtually every water right permit or order that it issues. And I've found that particularly when there are expectations of water deliveries, the water board is extremely reluctant to make changes and exercise its authority to reduce water that's available.
Is this permit condition about reducing expectations or avoiding harm?
I'm sorry, you'll need to expand a little if you could.
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that you're proposing this permit condition to reduce expectations of transfer reliability in the Yuba program. Is that correct?
That's part of it, yeah.
Is this permit condition also to avoid unreasonable harm to fish and wildlife or impacts to other legal users?
I don't think it's designed to avoid impacts to other legal users of water. I do think it is recommended in the context, in a broader context of avoiding harm by requiring in some amount additional delta inflow and outflow.
That's it for me. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Let me follow up on that last answer you gave there, Mr. Schutz. I mean, I can understand in some ways how limiting the total transfer amount could lead to greater delta inflows and potentially greater delta outflows. But I think you've also testified that there's at least some possibility that if Yuba water isn't permitted to transfer up to the full amount of water potentially available for transfer, that other water users downstream in the Marysville gauge could pick that water up and use it. So, I mean, do you have a proposal for, is there anything in the permit term you're proposing that would require that water to be used for delta inflow or outflow?
No, I think it's more a question of the fact that I'm anticipating an update of the Bay Delta plan that requires more delta inflow or outflow, and trying to line up the likely requirements under that in that proceeding with water that might be available for transfer in the future.
Okay. And then I guess as I am sort of conceptually understanding this transfer, it's a transfer of water that's released from storage. Is my understanding right, in your opinion?
The water that's released for transfer is released from storage. That's right, regardless of which of the three types of transfers, as Mr. Becerra described, it might be.
Yes, and so to that extent, if there was a limitation that resulted in additional delta inflow and outflow, it would presumably be additive to water that may need to be bypassed to meet an unimpaired flow objective. Is that fair?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow your question. If you could state it again, please.
Oh, maybe it's because it was kind of a bad question because I'm still thinking through all this. But if the water, if the Bay Delta plan update requires some level of bypass flows to meet whatever the unimpaired flow objective ends up being, then whatever water is released from storage but not able to be transferred would be in addition to that unimpaired flow requirement. Is that correct, or am I way off the mark?
I think that's correct. I think the thinking here is that there might be less water available in storage under the Bay Delta plan.
I see. Okay, yes, we've come full circle now. Thank you. All right. That's it for me for now. I will come back after Ms. Mandel-Rice and Mr. McClure. So Ms. Mandel-Rice, do you have questions for either of these witnesses?
I have a few for both. Mr. Schutz, would you like a break? I'm happy to talk to Dr. Pierce first and come back to you if you'd prefer a break.
That would be helpful. I could get a glass of water.
No problem. I will talk to Dr. Pierce first. Hello, Dr. Pierce. My name is Jenna Mandel-Rice, and I am here on behalf of the state water contractors. I do not see Dr. Pierce. Is he still here?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Great. I just have a few questions for you, hopefully clarifying questions about your testimony. Let me make sure I'm on my right set of questions here. If we can go to Friends of the River 2, Dr. Pierce's testimony, and to paragraph 5. Thank you. So in this paragraph, you indicate that in order to limit steelhead loss at the state and federal water export facilities, the loss limit has been set to 90% of the greatest annual loss that occurred in the historical record from 2010 through 2018. Is that a fair summary of that portion of paragraph 5?
Yes, that is what I understand, how I understand that limit was set.
And are you referring to the current biological opinion, the 2024, or are you referring to the 2019 biological opinion?
I believe this is how it's currently operating. Wait, let me pause. No, I suspect that is referring to 2019. Yes.
2019. And when you refer to the loss limit, are you referring to loss thresholds, or are you referring to the incidental take limit under the 2019 biological opinion?
What do you mean by loss thresholds as opposed to a take limit? I believe I was referring to the take limit there. That is and loss is extrapolated out as what the estimated loss is based on salvage at those water export facilities.
You are familiar with the 2019 biological opinions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that the 2019 NIMS biological opinion has two different concepts? One is a loss threshold that triggers additional management actions, and one is a incidental take limit, which authorizes take a certain amount of take of listed species. Are you aware that it
Yes,
incorporates
I
both of
understand what
those
you mean now.
concepts?
Yes.
Okay, and so in this, are you referring to the loss threshold or the take limit?
This is the thresholds where when those loss numbers are exceeded, then curtailment of exports is triggered.
Okay, and the 2019 biological opinion has been replaced, correct? By the 2024 NIMS biological opinion?
Yes.
And so are you aware of whether this loss threshold is the same under the 2024 biological opinion as it is under the 2019 biological opinion?
No, I'm not.
Okay, if we could scroll down to paragraph 6. And once again here, you're referring to a loss limit as being set at 3,000 split between two time periods. Are you referring to the loss threshold that triggers additional management actions, or the incidental take limit in the 2019 biological opinion in paragraph 6?
Yeah, again, this is the threshold triggers. This text was written in the context of explaining the rest of the testimony related to work we did in 2024. So that would have been, of course, before the 2019 opinion was replaced by a 2024 opinion.
And then if we could scroll down to paragraph 10. And then you state, in 2024, a much higher number of steelhead juveniles were salvaged at the CBP and SWP export facilities than in most years. Is that an accurate restatement of what is in paragraph 10?
Yes.
And do you know what months of the year that salvage occurred?
Yes, it was primarily in the spring months between, I would say, let's say February and May, peaking around the end of March and early April.
And under the 2019 biological opinion, movement of transfer water at the CBP and SWP facilities is limited to July through November, correct?
The actual export of that water from those facilities doesn't commence until after July 1st, as we established with Mr. Becerra this morning. But of course, the actions that make that happen are happening during that time period. That water is being withheld by Yuba Water to release after July 1st. So the impacts on flow are happening during that spring period.
But in this paragraph, you're talking about salvage at the export facilities, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Becerra has his hand up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, not the last answer, but the one before about about Yuba County Water Agency holding water for transfer before July 1. I'm going to move to strike that. That misstates evidence.
Well, I mean, it didn't sound especially accurate to me, but you can address that on, well, Mr. Becerra. I think the horse is out of the barn there.
Thank you.
Ms. Mandel Rice, please. Ms. Mandel Rice, please go ahead.
Sorry, I'm just scanning my notes as well. Paragraph 15, please. Okay. The last sentence of paragraph 15 states that the operation of, I believe it's essentially, I could summarize it to say that the operation of the CVP and the SWP pumps would generally put certain species in further jeopardy. Is that a fair summary of that last sentence of paragraph 15?
Yes.
What species are you referring to in this sentence?
Specifically steelhead and Chinook salmon.
You were employed
But there
by the
are other
National
fish
Marine
species that are affected by low flows through the delta, of course.
You were employed by the National Marine Fisheries Service in 2019, correct?
Correct.
And the 2019 NIMS biological opinion for the operation of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project concluded that there would be no jeopardy to those species, correct?
Yes, that was a no jeopardy opinion.
And was the 2024 Central Valley Project and State Water Project biological opinion also a no jeopardy opinion?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions for Dr. Pierce.
Okay. Mr. McClure.
I do have a few, sorry, I do have a few questions.
Oh, you have some for Mr.
Mr.
Schutz.
Schutz.
I'm sorry, Ms. Mandel, right? Yeah.
No
please,
problem.
Mr. Schutz.
I flip-flopped them. All right, Mr. Schutz. I might take a little bit of a step back here from the detailed questions Mr. Becerra was asking you and just start out with a few more basic ones. Are you presenting your testimony as expert testimony or lay testimony?
Expert testimony.
In what field or in what area of expertise?
Generally speaking, operations and hydrology.
Do you have any formal training in hydrology?
No, I've been through countless processes of developing unimpaired and hydrology. Well, not countless, many processes, unimpaired hydrology in various watersheds, including the Upper Yuba watershed, the Yuba Water Agency's part of the watershed, and many other processes in FERC relicensing processes.
Do you have any advanced degree in hydrology?
No.
Do you have any experience in actually conducting modeling of hydrology, where you've
Yes.
undertaken the modeling yourself? And
Yes.
you've undertaken your modeling yourself.
Yes.
And what training did you undertake in preparation for those modeling exercises?
A lot of it was working with modelers for different water agencies and for resource agencies in order to understand how to, first, what inputs I needed in order to model what I wanted, discussing with those modelers how to get those inputs, persuading in most cases those modelers to provide me with those inputs, a dashboard as it's called, and then working with the different inputs in order to put in many cases, percentage of unimpaired flows, storage, water supply deliveries, different things. Most of the things like water year types and those kind of things were provided kind of in the basic model that was the operations model that was provided. So that's how I gained the understanding and the ability, and also understanding the sort of different moving parts of the different systems I was working with. And that involved, in some cases, site visits. It involved, sitting and listening to a lot of people tell us how their projects worked, understanding how they worked, asking questions, making suggestions. A lot of these FERC processes in the past, at least, were very meeting intensive, and a lot of them were involved technical working groups. And so I joined the hydrology parts of the technical working groups. And then in discussions and subsequent negotiations, I've used the models to try to develop improvements for fisheries and other in-stream resources, while at the same time attempting to meet important needs of water users, including storage, carryover storage, water supply deliveries, and so forth, and trying to balance all of those different elements.
I know you said you've testified in State Water Board proceedings before. Has the State Water Board ever relied on your modeling results for hydrological modeling results?
We've presented some material to the State Water Board regarding different watersheds. By we, I mean I and one or two colleagues. What the Water Board chose to do with those is hard for me to say. I mean, basically, they looked at different options. We were looking at, during the period of the update of the San Joaquin portion of the Bay Delta Plan, different options for how to manage drought and what would happen if some of the rules were relaxed or changed. So I don't know if the board, it's hard to answer the question. It depends on what you mean by relied. I think they were informed by them.
You're not aware that the State Water Board has ever explicitly adopted the results of your analysis or utilized them directly in their decision-making processes. Is that a fair characterization, that you are not aware of that?
I think to some degree they did in the El Dorado process back when I started. I basically came up with the balancing of lake levels, water supply, and power generation that was adopted for the El Dorado project, the parameters of it. I worked with the modelers for El Dorado Irrigation District and others to develop that, but was pretty much my proposal.
But you worked with others with relevant expertise in modeling in that case to develop those parameters and those results.
Yeah, they offered me a job and I decided I didn't want to do that.
Fair enough. Okay. And so your testimony today is not, you are not offering it as expert testimony in fisheries biology or in wildlife biology. Is that correct?
That's correct. I have a pretty broad understanding of fisheries biology, but I'm not presenting myself as an expert in fisheries biology.
And what about wildlife biology?
No.
Okay. In paragraph 7 of your testimony, this is CSPA 1C, you indicate that granting the permit would result in unreasonable effects to fish and wildlife. What wildlife species are you referring to?
I think I meant it generically, and I'm not specifically meant speaking of terrestrial species.
Which species?
I said I am not speaking of any
Oh.
terrestrial species.
Okay, and to fish species, do you have a particular list of fish species you're referring to here?
Yes, it contributes to the issues regarding delta smelt, longfin smelt, what green and white sturgeon, uh, uh, different runs of Chinook salmon and steelhead. The impacts to sturgeon are probably pretty small, given the fact that they're highly dependent on very high flow years when transfers would not occur. But the other species are more dependent on and more impacted by what happens in low flow years.
And again, this is your lay opinion with respect to
That's
those
correct.
species.
Yeah.
And you've not conducted any quantitative analysis of the impact of the transfers on any of those fish species that you just identified. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In paragraph 10 of your testimony, you indicate that scientific analysis since 2008 suggests that delta inflow and outflow are limiting factors for salmonids in general. And I believe later in your testimony, you refer to the 2023 draft staff report. In paragraph 10, are you referring to any other scientific analysis other than the draft staff report?
The delta flow criteria report of 2010, the scientific basis report of 2017, and there are many different papers.
Are those
that
identified in your testimony?
They're not identified, no.
If we could just pull up paragraph 38 of Mr. Schutz's testimony. I'm looking at the, starting on line 18, you indicate that as a general matter, when TUCOs for Delta operations are in effect, SWP and CVP exports are restricted to quantities required for health and safety. Would you agree that if a TUCO is in effect and conditions change, that the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project may export above health and safety levels?
My experience with TUC orders in 2014, 15, 21, and 22 is that under circumstances where the state and federal projects are meeting the sort of black letter requirements of D1641, then the export limits that are placed in the TUCO are lifted. I seem to recall that there are some also circumstances in which the projects can ask the executive director of the State Water Board to grant additional exports for particular purposes or reasons.
And you would agree that it's possible that the State Water Board would have granted a TUCO and a TUCO would be in effect, and that conditions may change such that D1641 requirements in black and white, as you have suggested, may be met?
Objection, compound.
I don't know if it was compound, but I need it rephrased because I couldn't follow it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It is possible that when a TUCO is in effect, conditions may change such that all D1641 parameters may be met.
Yes, that's true. And originally we'd suggested that the rule should be, if it had been in effect in that year and on reflection I change that. I think that if the as a simplifying matter, if the conditions are being met, then the conditions are being met, and then the rules should apply, the normal rules.
Okay, thank
Do
you.
you follow what I'm saying?
I think that I do too. Only my understanding will only be verified when I actually check the transcript, but I think I'm following what you're saying. So
Okay.
thank you. I think that's it. I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mandel-Rice. I'm going to ask a couple questions, and then I'm going to give Mr. McClure 10 minutes to ask questions about temperature issues in the lower Yuba River. Okay, so before we get to Mr. McClure, and one or both of you can answer this. I used to follow the ESA consultations for the CDP and State Water Project quite closely. It's been a little while since I've done that. So we've seen, I think, the 2008 biological opinion, the 2019 biological opinion, and then I've heard reference to a 2024 biological opinion. So what are the biological opinions that currently govern the operation of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project?
Devin, do you want to try that, or would you like me to answer to the best of my ability?
Go ahead, Chris.
The federal government is somewhat unclear, as I understand it, about what it's applying. So my best understanding is that the 2024 biological opinions apply, that there are some portions of that have been changed under the explanation that adaptive management allows that level of change. Then the federal government reclamation, to wit, is now preparing either a new consultation or a modification of the 2024 biological opinions, new biological assessment, actually. And exactly how that's going to shake out and what sort of legal construct reclamation is going to use, reclamation, as I understand it, has not yet decided.
Okay,
so to review, the short answer is the 2024 biological opinions with some modification, primarily, as I understand it, eliminating X2 requirements in the fall or the spring, the summer, excuse me, in wetter water years.
okay, that's helpful. 2024, there's some 2024 biological opinions. There are some adaptive management provisions in those biological opinions that I guess complicate the picture. And then there's also, I guess, Reclamation is preparing a new biological assessment that will lead to a new reconsultation process. And at some point in the next 25 years, we expect a whole new set of biological opinions. Is that fair?
Oh, during the next 25 years, I think that's a fair assumption.
Okay, thank you. That is helpful. And then maybe Ms. Mullen, could we have I think it was Yuba Water 226, the oft mentioned graph with blue lines and green hash marks and blue hash marks. Could we have that up on the screen? Did I get the exhibit number wrong, Mr. Becerra?
I believe it's 227.
227. I was close. All right, 227, please, Ms. Mullen.
Of course, watch now. I'll be wrong.
Yes. No, you were right. Very good. Okay. So if I am reading this correctly, it looks like I'll ask you, Mr. Schutz, and Mr. Pierce, or Dr. Pierce, if I'm missing something, or you want to add to Mr. Schutz's answer, you can chime in as needed. But it looks to me as if there are quite a few releases being made from storage that were potentially transferable prior to July 1st, 2014.
Yes.
Yes, okay. And no one, I don't think, is suggesting that those releases from storage were transferred through the Delta before July 1st, 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct. My understanding is that they were what's called backed up into storage at Oroville. So it's sort of an in lieu situation where Yuba releases water. That water is used by DWR to meet whatever requirements it has in the Delta in part. Yuba Water gets credit for the water that it's released. And then once the transfer window opens, at some point during that transfer window, through arrangements made, I would assume, between Yuba and DWR and the transfer purchasers, the water is released out of Oroville. So, and that was something that Devin, I think, didn't quite capture or understand in his testimony. It's not Yuba that's holding the water. It's DWR that's holding that transfer water in Oroville.
Okay, good. You and I are on the same page then, Mr. Schutz.
Thank you for clarifying that for me, Mr. Schutz.
Okay, so let's just say hypothetically the State Water Board, just denies the petition outright, at least with respect to the green hatched flows there before July 1st. Yuba Water is, as I understand it, going to continue to release those. Is that right, Mr. Schutz?
That's my understanding. That's what I understood Mr. Whittlesey to say. And that's what's currently in Yuba Water Agency's proposed conditions for its new FERC license.
Good. Okay, so we're still on the same page. That being the case, do we have any reason to believe that DWR would release, just standing alone, forget the, new Bay Delta plan, or whatever other regulatory requirements there may be. Do we have any reason to believe that DWR would release more water during that time frame to meet Delta objectives if the transfer is not approved? It's convoluted.
I'm trying to get to understand the essence of your question, and I haven't fully grasped it. Could you try stating it a different way, please?
Yeah, let me try it. Let me see if I can do this differently. So if the transfer is not approved,
Right.
Yuba Water would still be making those releases to meet its in-stream flow requirements under the
Correct.
That water would then, absent other diversions, flow downstream and eventually to the Delta, correct?
Right, and that's a big caveat, absent other diversions.
Yes, and fair enough as to that, but we don't have any really reason to believe that DWR would release more water out of Oroville during that time frame if the transfer were not approved. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Basically, the same effect would occur. That water that Yuba released would offset water that DWR had to release from Oroville to the degree that it reached the Delta. And The accounting would certainly be different. Yuba would not get credit for the water or get paid for the water, and presumably DWR would release the water in order to meet its contractor schedule and deliver it according to its contracts and not according to the water purchases that were made through the Yuba Accord. I do believe that when Mr. Grinnell stated on last week that it's likely that more water would get exported prior to July 1st, that's probably not correct. It would get more water is exported when there's water, when the delta is in excess conditions. That's when DWR tries to export more water prior to July 1st. After July 1st, the export to inflow ratio changes, and DWR is allowed to release more water, allowed to export more water that enters the delta than it would have been before July 1st. So for stored water, it's in the interest of DWR to wait until what's effectively the transfer window, because it is able to export more of the stored water than it could prior to July 1st. So that's another kind of wrinkle that I think is important to bring out.
Okay.
And yeah.
No, that's helpful. I think we're on the same page as far as understanding this graph. So I'm grateful for that.
Okay. And I would say that this graph is kind of unusual in that there's very little extra water in the system. This was an extremely dry year. And there could be years when TUCPs are in effect where it wasn't quite as restricted as this. And there might be a little more water that Yuba would have available to that it would have more flexibility with. Right now, it's limited to what became groundwater substitution, and still maintain its, get down to the storage level that it's desired to get down to.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. That is all I have. So, Mr. McClure, you have 10 minutes on the water temperature issues to the extent you have questions on those issues, and then we will take a break, and then we will do redirect.
Thank you. A few questions for Mr. Pierce. Mr. Pierce, my name is Andrew McClure. I'm an attorney for Nevada Irrigation District. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. McClure.
You do not hold yourself out as an expert in reservoir storage operations in the Yuba River watershed, correct?
No, I do not.
And you're not familiar with the operations of Nevada Irrigation District in the Yuba River watershed, is that right?
No, I'm not.
You're not offering any opinion in this case concerning operations of Nevada Irrigation District and temperature issues for endangered species in the lower Yuba River, is that right?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. McClure. All right, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:20. We'll pick up with any redirect that Ms. Mertz may have, and then we'll talk about some stuff and adjourn until rebuttal. Thank you. All right, ma'am, are you ready to go back on the record? Great. We're back at 2:20. I see both witnesses, Ms. Mertz and Mr. Becerra. So, Ms. Mertz, do you have redirect for either of these witnesses or as a panel?
Yes, I do.
Please proceed.
And I'll just start this off by saying I'm going to try to generally go in the order of how cross occurred, starting with Dr. Pierce, but there will be a little bit of jumping around where it's relevant, and I'm trying to keep it as efficient as possible.
Understood, and you can go in whatever order you think is best.
Thank you. So Dr. Pierce, I'm going to start with some questions for you. If we could bring up Ms. Mullen, FOR 2. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And if we could scroll down to paragraph 3, please. Dr. Pierce, do you recall a line of questioning from Mr. Becerra about this paragraph?
Yes.
Would you like to provide any clarification about the purpose of your testimony? Regarding this paragraph, excuse me.
Sure. Do you have any specific question about it?
Sorry, I heard the compound objection. Ms. Mertz, can you ask the question again, please?
I asked if Dr. Pierce would like to provide any clarification related to this paragraph.
Paragraph 3.
Paragraph 3, yes, excuse me.
Okay, that sounds like a perfectly good question. Go ahead, Dr. Pierce.
Okay. That the negative impacts that I'm referring to have to do with the Delta exports operations that happen when there's water being transferred. And that in general, in order to reduce those negative impacts, flows should be higher in the spring, and that making those exports occur later in the summer necessitates lower flows in the spring.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. And would you say that, would you provide additional clarification for the impacts that you believe are occurring for December through June?
The impacts are that delta flows are reduced by withholding water for later transfers. And I realize I misspoke earlier, and that those transfers are not directly coming from New Bullards Bar. They're being passed through DWR's operations on the Feather. So, but the net effect on the delta, I believe, is the same, the reduced spring flows, which is what's causing the negative impacts in the delta. Am I not understanding your question?
No, that's a perfectly fine answer. Thank you, Dr. Pierce. I'm just referencing my notes here.
Thank you.
I think that's all I have for FOR2 for now. Ms. Mullen, can we bring up Exhibit CSPA 7? And you might have to do a find function. During cross-examination of Mr. Pierce, we looked at figure 6.3-23, I believe, and I didn't catch which page that was on.
It's on PDF page 642.
Thank you, Mr. Becerra. So this question is actually for Mr. Schutz. Mr. Schutz, do you recall seeing this figure during cross-examination today?
I do.
And do you recall hearing a line of questioning about exports from the Yuba River watershed?
I do.
Can you further, and do you have knowledge of how exports occur from the Yuba River watershed?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on those, please?
objection beyond the scope of the cross?
Well, I'm having a hard time remembering the scope of the cross, although I do remember there were questions about exports from the Yuba River watershed generally, and I certainly remember this schematic. So I'll overrule the objection at this time.
Mr. Bivens, if I might explain.
Sure.
I don't believe I asked Mr. Schutz any questions about this figure.
You think you asked Mr. Pierce about
Dr.
this figure?
Pierce, yes.
Dr. Pierce, yes, thank you. Don't want to get the honorific wrong. Ms. Mertz, can you help me understand when Mr. Schutz was asked about this particular exhibit on cross?
So I thought that he was asked about it on cross. I also can't be 100% sure, but Mr. Schutz has knowledge that will lend itself to the line of questions that was presented to Dr. Pierce during his cross-examination.
All right, yeah, okay, I'll allow the question.
Okay. And so the NID storage reservoirs are shown here: Jackson Meadows, Bowman, and Rollins reservoirs. The other two, Fordyce and Lake Spalding, are PG&E reservoirs. As a general matter, water moves south, first from Jackson Meadows, which is about 70,000 acre feet, to Bowman Reservoir through the Milton-Bowman conduit, and enters Bowman Reservoir, also about 70,000 acre feet. It's brought over Spalding Reservoir on the South Yuba, picking up a number of smaller tributaries along the way that enter directly into the Bowman-Spalding Canal or conduit. I don't remember which it's called. It's a large conveyance canal. And into Lake Spalding. Water from Lake Spalding is moved out of the Yuba River watershed. Most of it goes into the Drum Canal, which is kind of at the bottom there. Some of it goes to the South Yuba Canal and then to Scotts Flat Reservoir, which isn't shown on this, but that's NID's storage reservoir, not part of its hydro system. That's in the Deer Creek watershed, which naturally ends up in the Yuba, but very little of it does once it's stored. Moving from the south, water in the Drum Canal enters the Bear River watershed, goes down a series of powerhouses to Rollins Reservoir, from which it's distributed in the lower Bear River Canal, I believe it's called. And I'm saying this from memory because I can't begin to read what's on the screen here and the size that it is. That water goes over to NID customers along Auburn Ravine. It serves PCWA customers in the greater Auburn area and some of the NID customers. Eventually, some water can be discharged down Auburn Ravine in high flow periods and enter the Delta. And these are through the Bear River Canal, and now I can see it, the Wise Canal, and finally the South Canal. The South Canal actually discharges through Newcastle Powerhouse and enters Folsom Reservoir. The average amount, the median amount, is about 85,000 acre feet a year. So that's available for the Bureau of Reclamation in Folsom Reservoir to manage. And, in part that could become some of the water reclamation manages for the American River that Mr. Becerra was asking me some questions about. And otherwise it whatever happens to water that's managed by the Bureau, either locally or for export, is what happens there. I will say that in the very dry water years, there's not much discharge out of the drum system into Folsom Reservoir. But in very wet years, there's greater than 100,000 acre feet. So that's kind of the pattern. Mr. Grinnell presented a table about the averages of water that's exported from the Yuba to the Bear. And that didn't mention the discharges to Folsom, but I have no reason to think that Mr. Grinnell's figures weren't right. They comport with other figures that I've seen by analyses that were done by colleagues. There are also some diversions on the north end of the system, Slate Creek, and I believe there's another small one that Mr. Grinnell accounted for that that I didn't mention. They're not part of the drum system. They're different, exports, if you want, to the South Feather watershed. Some of that water hypothetically could end up in the Delta, but it ends up in the Feather River. So that's roughly what we're seeing here, and what some of the uses are of the water and the exports and where it goes.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Dr. Pierce, I think I'm going to pivot back to you. And thank you, Ms. Mullen. We can remove this from the screen for now. Dr. Pierce, do you recall a line of questioning from Mr. Becerra about the NIMS recovery plan related to temperature?
Yes.
Temperature-related mortality of salmonids?
Yes.
Is temperature the only concern for salmonid survival?
No, of course not.
What are the other concerns for salmonid survival?
Well, there are many. Flow, water in the river being the habitat that they live in, so volumes of water matter. The condition of the riparian zone and the habitat that they're inhabiting. Other fish that are in the river, particularly including predators that will consume juveniles as they outmigrate. Obviously, things like fishing impacts, dams that block their access on it. I could go on.
No, I think that's adequate. Thank you. And are you familiar with the concept of salmonid life history elasticity?
Elasticity, is that, you mean the same word as plasticity that some people use?
I'm going to rely on your
Variability?
expertise.
Should we use that phrase?
Sure. We'll go with variability. So just to clarify for the record, you are familiar with the concept of life
Yes.
history variability.
Yes.
Can you describe for the hearing room the importance of salmon life history variability?
Objection
absolutely.
beyond the scope of the cross.
Overruled.
Essentially, all salmonid species have a great deal of variability in their life history completion. This is things like adult migration timing. We refer to spring run Chinook salmon. They do migrate during the spring period, but that can be quite variable across years, across populations, among individuals. In the same way, you can have juvenile life history variability. Some individuals hatch from their eggs, emerge from the gravel, rear for a relatively short period of time before migrating downstream. Others may stay in that freshwater habitat, rearing for up to a year or even more before smolting and migrating downstream through the delta. So, and essentially at every stage in their life, there is that variability. So it's very hard to pin a particular, there's no date when fish migrate. They don't look at calendars.
Thank you. And related to variability in life history strategy, How does that relate to potential differing needs of adult stages of that life history and versus juvenile stages of that life history?
How does what relate to it? The variability?
Yes, variability in needs throughout the life cycle.
Objection, vague and ambiguous, and compound.
Ms. Mertz, why don't you break that up?
Yeah, let me think how I would rephrase this. Related to the varying needs of salmonids during their life cycle, do juveniles and adults have the same general needs in the categories you were just describing?
No. They both have somewhat different and specific needs for based on water temperature tolerances, what time of year they need particular habitat access or migratory connectivity. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Pivoting to Dr. Schutz, Mr. Schutz for a moment, pardon me. Mr. Schutz, are you familiar with any analyses of temperature on the Yuba River?
Yes, I've seen quite a few of them.
Did you participate in the development of any of these analyses?
I wouldn't say I participated in the development of them. Most of them were performed by Yuba Water Agency, either Mr. Grinnell or one of the other modelers that Yuba Water Agency employed along the way. They did model some of the flow recommendations that I primarily generated in the relicensing of the Yuba River Development Project. So to that extent, I participated in suggesting what they might model, but I did not participate in the actual performance of the modeling itself.
So you provided feedback on criteria for the modeling? I'm just trying to make sure I understand what you're saying before I move on.
I saw a lot of presentations of modeling of different scenarios of the water temperatures under different flow scenarios for the lower Yuba River. Considerable number.
And are you familiar with the results of those modeling efforts?
Generally.
Do you recall if there were modeling efforts regarding increased spring outflow?
Objection, vague and ambiguous, compound.
Certainly not compound. Overruled, Mr. Schutz. If you need clarification, ask for it.
Sure. So I can speak in sort of different sort of buckets. And honestly, Yuba has performed quite a number of temperature analyses over the years that I've seen, specific to specific proposals, either that it's made or that others have made. They've performed temperature analyses that showed that a straight application of the unimpaired flow would cause, and this goes back to, I believe it was 2012, that in dry, critically dry years, if no other modifications were made and simply the flows were required, there would be many cases where temperatures exceeded tolerances and in some cases lethal conditions for the fish in the lower Yuba River. My recollection was that they modeled a 60 or 75% of unimpaired flow back at that time. Throughout the relicensing, we looked at different sort of modifications of the unimpaired flow scenario and tried to meet various interests, including Yuba's. And that had much less, in fact, very little flow increases asked for in the drier water years of the Yuba Accord. And under those scenarios, in the Schedule 1 and Schedule 2 years, which I believe is about 75% of the years, my recollection is that as a general matter, the temperatures in the lower Yuba River increased by a degree or two over the course of the summer, and did not particularly exceed any lethal thresholds or even any sort of target thresholds like 20 degrees C that Mr. Becerra mentioned. And I'm struggling to remember if 18 degrees C was exceeded. But I guess the take home for me is that if you look at extreme years, you're going to find that taking a lot of water out of storage causes thermal problems. If you look at sort of the general trend, you'll understand that it's not a surprise that water temperatures increase somewhat as water in storage in New Bullard's Bar decreases. But
Mr.
if you
Bivens, Mr. Bivens, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have now gone on for several minutes with Mr. Schutz's recollection of multiple modeling scenarios conducted by Yuba in the FERC proceeding with documents that are not currently present in this record. We can go into Yuba's many modeling runs of temperatures in the FERC proceeding if we'd like to do so. I would like to move to strike this answer unless I can bring in the modeling memoranda from the FERC proceeding on recross.
Well, Ms. Mertz, where are we going with all of this? I mean, we've had some testimony on temperatures. I understand that. I also appreciate Mr. Becerra's point about a bunch of different modeling memoranda. And it doesn't necessarily seem like the best use of our time to get into the nitty-gritty on those on recross. So what are we doing here?
Sure. So there's been, and sorry, I'm recalling from my memory this morning now. There was a line of questioning about temperature, I think both to Dr. Pierce and some to Mr. Schutz, kind of on the basis of the reduced spring. If Yuba were to let storage releases occur in spring rather than holding them back for the water transfer program, there would be temperature impacts. And I'm asking Mr. Schutz about his knowledge about modeling that has actually looked at, well, what if there were additional outflow in spring? How did that impact temperature? And my apologies that it wasn't the most clear question and therefore didn't lead to the most concise answer, but that was what I was trying to get at.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Let's strike that answer. I'm going to strike that answer, or I'm going to grant Mr. Becerra's motion to strike that answer. And that's, without prejudice to the extent that anybody feels like they need to get into the nitty-gritty of various temperature modeling scenarios on the Yuba River, do that in rebuttal, because frankly, it is very hard to follow the, sort of abstract discussion of a bunch of different modeling studies.
Sure, I can appreciate that. Anything else, or should I move on?
Please, no, I'm done talking. You can move on.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go, okay, back to Dr. Pierce. And if we could again bring up exhibit FOR 2 at page 8. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. And maybe if we could zoom in just a little bit on this figure. We don't need the data sources right at this moment. So Dr. Pierce, do you recall Mr. Becerra asking you some questions about this figure?
Yes.
And do you recall one of those questions being about the last year of data in this figure?
Yeah. 2020.
In your preparation of testimony, did you try to find data that existed past 2020?
I did. I emailed a couple of colleagues, and of course looked online and wasn't able to find any.
And what type of sources did you try to access online? Or let me rephrase. What kind of sources do you rely upon usually for that sort of data?
Publicly available data that is collected in the course of various monitoring efforts. I don't recall specifically for the Yuba, but for many systems in the Central Valley, there's a publicly available data on things like escapement and, well, obviously flows and things like that for each individual river system.
Thank you. And since 2020, are you aware of years that were not drought years?
Since 2020. Well, yes, they were not all drought years between now and then.
Thank you. And are you aware generally of how, let me think of how to phrase this, of the status of populations of salmon on the Yuba River currently?
Well, yes, there is a consistent population there of spring and fall run Chinook that return, but it hasn't improved substantially since the end of this graph. That's certainly true. As we know, we're now in the third year of fisheries closures for California salmon. So salmon generally are in trouble in California.
And that's despite the wet years that punctuated these drought years, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and this feels silly, but I need to lay some foundation. Has drought occurred historically throughout? No, that's going to be vague and ambiguous. Let me rephrase. Have salmon throughout history experienced periods of drought? And let me also clarify, thank you for your answer and sorry for interrupting. Let's say in deep history, to your knowledge, and then please clarify what you mean by deep history when you answer.
In deep history, have they experienced drought? Well, yes, salmon have been here long before all of our waterworks started modifying the system, and climate variability has always been a thing, periods of over the course of tens, hundreds, thousands of years. There are changes in the frequency of dry years and wet years.
And based on your expertise, were salmon able to weather historic droughts?
Yes, absolutely. They're still here.
And based on your understanding of climate, is drought anticipated to become more frequent in the future?
Objection beyond witnesses.
All of
The objection was beyond the witnesses. What?
He's a biologist, not a hydrologist.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Sustained.
Okay, I'll get at it this way. Under increasing stress from drought and other climate factors, in your expert opinion on fisheries, will that require changes in how water is managed in California to ensure the persistence of salmonid species?
Objection, vague and ambiguous. calls for speculation, lacks foundation.
Sustained. Let me see if I can short circuit this. Dr. Pierce, assuming that the frequency of drought conditions increase in the future and absent, no. Assuming that, why don't you try one more time, Ms. Mertz, and then I'll think if I can short circuit it. Or you could, I mean, Mr. Schutz might also be someone you could ask this question to.
I think it seems to be a matter of not the best phrasing, which I could give another shot. Assuming increasing frequency of drought in the future, in your opinion, based on your expertise as a fisheries biologist, will that require changes to water management to ensure persistence of salmon species?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to water management.
Overruled.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes.
Yes, all of my understanding and many conversations I've had with fisheries colleagues, there is a strong consensus that as California climate changes, particularly increase in frequency of drought, a shift towards rain instead of snowfall patterns, salmonid populations are going to be negatively affected. And if we're going to attempt to maintain those populations in our waterways, we will have to adapt and provide more and cold water in those waterways for them to persist. Yes.
And just one last question before I move on to primarily talking with Mr. Schutz. In your opinion, does that also include changes to inflow and outflow in the Delta?
Yes, absolutely. The whole system is connected. And as we see an increase, when I say an increase in frequency and drought, to bring it back to the testimony that we've seen so far today, we categorize water years on these schedules 1 through 6, and there'll be an increase proportion of Schedule 5 and Schedule 6 years, dry and critically dry water years, going forward during the next 25 years of this permit period. So that is a concern, I think, for this proceeding.
Thank you, Dr. Pierce. Moving on to Mr. Schutz. And apologies for my pause. I may be trying to save us some time on not asking questions that have been covered by other people.
While you think about that, let me just give one bit of instruction to both witnesses, which is please, when you think you've heard the end of Ms. Mertz's question, please pause for a moment. So that way, if she has more, she can finish. And if she doesn't, other folks can jump in with objections. All right. Sorry, Ms. Mertz. Back to you. There's just been a little bit of crosstalk that I'd like to avoid.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Schutz, do you recall a line of questioning from Mr. Becerra about Folsom Reservoir?
I do.
And do you recall that line of questioning including using Folsom Reservoir as a proxy for New Bullard's Bar Reservoir?
To some degree, yes. That is, I recall it, and I think he used it to some degree as a proxy.
Can you describe to your knowledge well, let me back up. Do you have knowledge of Folsom Reservoir physical and operational knowledge of Folsom Reservoir?
Somewhat, not as much as Yuba.
And that answers my question for you. But okay, so based on that, what are the key differences between Folsom Reservoir and New Bullards Bar Reservoir in terms of managing temperature for in-stream flows?
I would state several buckets. One is simply the difference in size and depth of the reservoirs. One is the amount of demands on each reservoir. Folsom has many, many masters to serve, including local deliveries, um, uh, meeting. It's part of the Central Valley Project system, so it's used often to meet delta flow requirements. It helps meet deliveries of water south of the delta. Um, and there are also physical differences in the way the outlet works are configured and operated at Folsom that often lead to warmer water being present, to relatively warm water being present, and it's a challenge for salmonids, both over summering steelhead and of which there's not a lot, and spring and fall run Chinook when they come up. There are no spring run, to my knowledge, as a general matter, in the Lower American River because it's not cold enough consistently, and perhaps for other, historical reasons. Yuba is deeper. It has way fewer local demands, and it's operated to a much higher end of September storage, on the order of 300,000 to 400,000 acre feet higher. And so that allows Yuba a lot more flexibility in managing for cold water. So those are some of the differences.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Do you recall Mr. Becerra's line of questioning about Water Code Section 1435, which was Exhibit Yuba 509?
I do.
And I don't think there's a need to pull it up at this time, Ms. Mullen. But do you recall a question, Mr. Schutz, regarding the board, whether the board should incentivize CVP and State Water Project by prohibiting Yuba when TUCOs are in place? Sorry, I can rephrase. Mr. Piffin is struggling with that one. Do you recall being asked about incentives for the CVP and SWP related to the water transfer program?
Somewhat, yes.
And I wish I wrote down the question exactly, because then I would have repeated it, but that's the best I've got in my notes. Do you recall responding that, in your opinion, Yuba's role is a workaround?
Yes.
And can you please elaborate on what you meant by workaround?
Sure. In the recent past, when temporary urgency change orders have been in effect, there have been limitations on exports through the state and federal projects. And that means exports of Central Valley Project water and State Water Project water, exports by Reclamation and DWR, respectively. Those same restrictions have not been placed on transfer water. And in fact, transfer waters in those years, transfers were encouraged, even called out in the orders. And so my view of the workaround is that, in part, the restrictions on delivery of water to south of Delta state and federal water contractors is not limited to health and safety, but instead is based on contracts and ability, I assume, to pay. The the restrictions on health and safety, limiting deliveries to state and federal contractors to health and safety, are not held for those that are recipients of transfer water.
Thank you. Is a fair summary of what I'm going to try to summarize what you just said, and please correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
When TUCOs are in effect, the parties and organizations that are prohibited from exports during those time periods can then instead buy water from Yuba Water Agency under the water transfer program. Is that part of what you just said?
Objection, misstates evidence, lacks foundation, compound, vague and ambiguous.
Overruled, Mr. Schutz. You can agree or disagree, or provide further explanation about the way Ms. Mertz has recharacterized your testimony.
I don't think that state and federal contractors are prohibited from taking delivery of water. I believe they're limited. And that historically, in those years that I mentioned, they were limited to what was considered health and safety levels. As a general matter, it was 1,500 CFS combined. Those limitations did not apply to transfer water.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. Just reviewing the rest of my notes. Mr. Schutz, do you recall a line of questioning from Mr. Soderlund about reduced expectations of volume and whether that creates harm?
I believe what he asked was, my recollection is, he asked, let me see if I got this right. I remember the terms expectation and harm, but I don't think you phrased it entirely correctly. He was asking whether there was direct harm, and I explained that because the transfer program is part of a system that I call the workaround, there's indirect harm, but there's not direct harm. What happens is that, and I did say that I used the term expectations, that an expectation of deliveries was created, that that an expectation of deliveries was created.
And I think this is my last question in redirect, but can you clarify what the harm is from expectation of deliveries?
Objection, vague and ambiguous as to harm.
Overruled.
It allows south of Delta contractors to rely on transfer water, even in the absence of contract deliveries. And that supports a construct in which limitations of exports at once are limited, but are not entirely limited. And that I see as a problematic construct. And it, to some degree, it disincentivizes the state and federal contractors in years, the year preceding a drought, the first dry year, from being prudent in their demands, and disincentivizes the projects from making deliveries that are conservative enough to make sure that the following year has sufficient water in storage to allow the projects to meet D1641 requirements.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. And that's all I have for redirect.
Okay, I am going to permit recross on that. I will say, and Mr. McClure, I will give you a few minutes as well for recross on the redirect examination that occurred with respect to CSPA 7, but I'll put, or I'm sorry, the schematic from CSPA 7 that pretty clearly has to do with your client's operations to a large degree. So, but Mr. Becerra, you first. Do you have recross for these witnesses?
I do.
Go ahead.
I'll try to be brief.
Wonderful.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 227?
Objection, this is outside the scope of redirect. I didn't reference this figure at all.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Where are we going, Mr. Becerra?
I believe there was quite a bit of discussion of backed up water.
Those were in response to my questions after everybody got done. I don't believe Ms. Mertz had anything to say about backed up water.
I'd like to ask a couple questions. Mr. Schutz provided quite a variety of opinions about how backed up water works. I have a couple of questions on that.
I think it's outside the scope of Ms. Mertz redirect. So pick another avenue, please.
Can we please pull up CSPA 7? And Mr. Schutz, do you see that we're looking at figure 6.3-23 from that exhibit?
I do. And
And
if we could zoom in and touch, thank you, Ms. Mullen, appreciate it.
in your response to redirect questions, you referenced a memorandum by Mr. Grinnell that relates to these facilities. Do you recall that?
I do.
Ms. Mullen, can we please pull up exhibit Yuba Water 500? And Mr. Schutz, is this the memorandum by Mr. Grinnell you were referencing?
I believe it is. Specifically, I was speaking to the table that Mr. Grinnell displayed.
Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down? I believe it's 2 pages in to that table. A little further. One more page. Thank you, Ms.
There we
Mullen.
are.
Mr. Schutz, you were referencing table 2.3 in this memorandum.
I believe so. And if, again, we could zoom in a tad, that would help me. Sorry to be a broken record, but my eyes just don't get better as the day goes on.
I understand completely. Mr. Schutz, to the best of your knowledge, does this table accurately reflect the volumes of water that are exported from the Yuba River watershed?
Objection, foundation, hearsay.
Well, hearsay is admissible. Noted, the objection to hearsay is noted. The foundational objection is overruled. Go ahead, Mr. Schutz.
Would you repeat the question, please?
Sure. To the best of your understanding, does this table 2.3 accurately reflect the volumes of exports from the Yuba River watershed?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
I cannot speak to the accuracy of the exports from South Feather Water and Power. I am not familiar with that piece of this watershed.
As to the other exports depicted on table 2.3, do they conform to your understanding of exports from the South and Middle Fork Yuba River watersheds?
Generally speaking, they do.
Okay, thank you very much. So, on redirect, Mr. Schutz, and we can take this exhibit down. Thank you, Ms. Mullen. On redirect, Ms. Mertz asked you a number of questions about the American River and Folsom Reservoir, correct?
She asked me a few, yes.
And those were related to water temperatures and Folsom's relationship to water temperatures in the lower American River, correct?
Correct.
In CSPA 7, the state board conducted quantitative temperature analysis for the American. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. I don't recall. I mean, I believe you showed that that was the case when you were asking me some questions. And we looked at some of the output of that.
And you rely on the state board's analysis in CSPA 7 to support your proposed terms for approval of Yuba transfers, correct?
I relied on some of it.
And that state board draft staff report, that is CSPA 7, contains no quantitative analysis of water temperatures in the Yuba River, correct?
Objection asked and answered on original cross-examination.
Overruled.
As far as I know, it doesn't.
Is there any, to the best of your knowledge, is there any reliable information in Exhibit CSPA 7 as to water temperatures in the Yuba that would be produced under Bay Delta Plan amendments?
Not to the best of my knowledge. I'm not sure that I would consider the I believe that the data that was presented for the American River is reliable to the degree that it's presented, but it isn't appropriately caveated, in my opinion, to provide a thoughtful understanding of what the impacts would be.
Is that because there's no analysis of the combined implementation of a cold water objective and unimpaired flow-based objectives?
Correct.
Objection outside scope of redirect.
Overruled.
That's correct.
Thank you. You described Yuba transfers as a workaround, correct?
I did.
And that's a workaround, in your opinion, of the constraints on CVP and SWP exports in droughts, correct?
When temporary urgency change orders are in effect specifically.
Is it your opinion that Yuba's transfers should be constrained to help govern CVP and SWP operations?
They should be constrained at least as regards to CVP and SWP contractors.
Is it your opinion that Yuba Accord transfers should be constrained to compel different operations of the CVP and SWP in years preceding droughts?
In part.
Please elaborate. I'm interested.
I don't think that's sufficient cause or basis to change in itself to change behavior of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. I do think that reducing what I called workarounds and not only for Yuba, but for other entities that regularly transfer water would be would help change the thinking about temporary urgency change orders. And I think that that would be that's sorely needed.
Is it your opinion that Yuba's operations under its water right permit 15026 should be constrained to incentivize different operations of the CVP and SWP?
And to limit operations of the SWP and CVP export facilities when temporary urgency change orders are in effect.
So it's your opinion Yuba's exercise of its water rights should be constrained to help control the operations of the CVP and the SWP, correct?
To the degree that Yuba is contributing to operations that affect the contractors of those entities.
You would like to see the contractors of those entities' water supplies constrained by reducing Yuba exports, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You would like to see Yuba's operations under its water rights constrained to limit the water supplies available to CVP and SWP contractors, correct?
I would like to see the options for SWP and CVP contractors limited when temporary urgency change orders are in effect. To the degree that Yuba Water Agency is involved in that, then I believe Yuba Water Agency should be constrained. It doesn't say that Yuba couldn't do other things with the water or sell it to other entities.
I believe you testified that in response to Ms. Mertz that you believe that Yuba transfer should be constrained to help control CVP and SWP operations in years preceding droughts. Is that correct?
Objection, mischaracterizes prior testimony.
Well, to the extent anyone can remember the prior testimony here at 320, it seems reasonably accurate. So, Mr. Schutz, I'll overrule the objection and, explain yourself as you need to.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask Mr. Becerra to repeat the question.
Let me break it up a little. Do you believe that the CVP and the SWP allocate too much water in years preceding droughts?
Basically, in the first year of a drought, which you don't know is going to be a drought. Yes.
And do you believe Yuba Water's transfers should be constrained to help prevent that, in your opinion, over allocation?
I don't think I said that.
Can you explain what your workaround concept is again then?
The concept is that transfers during the times that temporary urgency change orders are in effect are not subject to the limitations placed on exports of project water. That's the workaround.
So in your opinion, Yuba's operations under its permit 15026 should be constrained to help control CVP and SWP operations in dry years, correct?
I'm not making the connection between, and I guess I'm not fully understanding what you mean by constrained.
I'll clarify.
Okay.
You believe Yuba's transfers should be limited in dry years to help control the operations of the CVP and the SWP, correct?
Depends on which dry year and under what conditions. I didn't say under any dry year, and I didn't say under, and I've never suggested that when a TUCP wasn't in effect, that Yuba Water's operations should be constrained. I'm talking about.
Let me attempt to ask one last question. When
Sure.
a TUCP is in effect,
Mhm.
do you believe Yuba Water's operations under its permit 15026 to transfer water should be limited to help control CVP and SWP operations?
Objection, asked and answered. I also think this is outside the scope of my redirect.
Overruled.
Yes.
Thank you. No further.
Okay, very good. Before I turn to Mr. McClure, does anyone, or do the state water contractors or DWR have any recross?
I do not.
Thank you, Ms. Mandel-Rice.
I do not as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutherland. Okay, Mr. McClure, I will give you, call it 5 minutes on that schematic from C/7.
Thank you, Mr. Schutz. My name is Andrew McClure. I represent Nevada Irrigation District in this proceeding. Mr. Schutz, you're not presenting any testimony in this proceeding concerning temperature impacts on the lower Yuba River associated with operations of Nevada Irrigation District or Pacific Gas and Electric Company, are you?
No.
You've not prepared any qualitative or quantitative analysis of those operations on temperature issues in the lower Yuba River?
Of the operations of NID and PG&E on the lower Yuba River?
In this case, yes, thank you.
No, I have not.
And Mr. Becerra referenced some technical analysis that Yuba had prepared on that issue. Do you recall reviewing that exhibit with Mr. Becerra?
Yes, and my comments went to the quantity of exports, not to the temperature effects of that.
Just focusing on the temperature issues, you've participated extensively in the FERC relicensing proceedings for the Yuba River Development Project, the Upper Drum Spalding Project, and the Yuba Bear Project, right?
Correct.
You're aware that NID has also prepared technical analyses of the temperature issues on the lower Yuba River with respect to NID operations in the Yuba River watershed.
I seem to recall that.
Those materials have not been introduced as evidence in this proceeding, to your knowledge, have they?
No.
Is it your understanding that any temperature management issues that, sorry, let me strike that. Is it your understanding that in the FERC relicensing proceedings for those 3 projects I just mentioned, there may be some new license requirements associated with temperature management under new licenses issued for those projects?
For all 3 of the projects?
Any one of the 3 on a going forward basis.
Okay, I'm sorry. Would you please repeat the question?
Yeah, let me strike that question and try again. You're aware that those 3 projects are undergoing FERC relicensing, correct?
Very aware.
And is it your understanding that any new requirements related to flow in the Yuba River watershed would apply when those new licenses are issued?
That's correct.
Is it your understanding that the issuance of those new licenses would likely coincide with the 25-year transfer term Yuba has proposed in this proceeding?
Given the rate things are going, I would say it's likely that licenses will be issued sometime after the requested start date for the Yuba River Transfer Program renewal. And the licenses would continue past the time that the Yuba River license transfer, water transfer program would end.
In your opinion, given your familiarity with the FERC relicensing proceedings, do you think that the issuance of those FERC licenses and any new conditions associated with those licenses would merit reviewing any approvals of Yuba transfer program?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Well, I think it does call for some speculation there.
Just asking for his opinion.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Mr. Schutz, if new license conditions are issued on either the Yuba River Development Project, the Yuba Bear Project, or the Drum Spalding Project, in your opinion, would those new license conditions constitute changed conditions in the Yuba River watershed?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled.
So it would change conditions. I intuit what you're asking about would be what the baseline conditions are that against which Yuba's water transfers would be evaluated relative to their what they call storage transfers. And I think that's an open question in this proceeding.
And Mr. McClure, before you move on, we seem to have gotten rather far afield of the redirect questions on that schematic.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hearing Officer. I have no further questions for the witness. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, Ms. Mertz, if you tell me you want to do redirect, you need a really good reason.
I don't have any redirect questions.
Wonderful. All right, then Dr. Pierce, Mr. Schutz, thank you for your testimony today, and you are both excused, or I guess Dr. Pierce is excused, and Mr. Schutz, you've kind of got a hybrid role here, so you may want to stick around.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Rivens.
Thank you. Okay, we are about ready to adjourn. I have some things I want to talk about from a substantive perspective, or at least where are we going from here, and things I found interesting in this case in chief proceeding. Before I get into that, does anyone have any procedural logistical issues they wish to raise?
Uh,
Go ahead, Mr. McClure.
Thank you. Are we going to handle admitting exhibits this afternoon?
We are not. We are going to save all of the moving of exhibits into evidence for the end of the rebuttal hearing. We'll do everything from case in chief and rebuttal at once, and then I will only have to rule on things one time, hopefully.
Thank you.
Mr. Ruiz is coming on camera. I suspect that is because you have a procedural or logistical issue you'd like to raise.
No, I do not. I was anticipating you might have questions or want feedback about dates for rebuttal, etc. So I was preparing myself.
Okay, very good. Anyone else? Ms. Mertz.
I'm curious. So I've been in one water rights proceeding like this before, Ms. Kenzie, and I could use some clarification from your perspective on what is game for rebuttal testimony and what what kind of areas we should avoid for rebuttal testimony. And I can clarify what I mean if you need.
Well, why don't you go ahead and clarify, and I will certainly tell you of at least one issue I think you can avoid, and I'll generally describe the scope of rebuttal. But what are you driving at here, Ms. Bird?
Nothing specific. We haven't really had conversations about what to include in rebuttal testimony yet, but let's try hypothetical. So in the instance where direct, like written, expert testimony or lay testimony was not provided to support an exhibit that was introduced on case in chief, is that game for rebuttal, or because an expert or lay witness didn't describe it very much? And I'm sorry for the hypothetical. I'm just trying to have a better understanding of your expectations.
Okay, well, my understanding of the proper scope of rebuttal is that it is, intended to be rebuttal of either, testimony or the supporting exhibits that have come in to support that testimony. So, theoretically, if it's in an exhibit that was that has been introduced in connection with testimony, it's fair game on rebuttal. That said, let's just use the, I'll borrow Mr. Becerra and the draft staff report issue for a moment. I would not expect, for example, Mr. Becerra to submit rebuttal evidence on aspects of the draft staff report that have not been, discussed by a witness in this proceeding. That's not to say that I think you were planning on doing that, Mr. Becerra. It's just an example. Beyond that specific example, I'll reserve ruling. So, we'll see where things go and what you people want to put in. But to the extent it's in an exhibit, you can probably submit rebuttal evidence on it, subject to all the usual, relevance, undue consumption of time, etc. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
And I will tell you, in response just to the part of that question, there's been a fair amount of discussion about money in this case in chief phase, and I'm talking about transfer revenues versus power generation revenues, grants to various non-governmental organizations. The price of transfer water is a proxy for quantity. I don't think a whole lot of further evidence is on those issues are going to be, shall we say, outcome determinative. All right, any other procedural logistical issues? Hopefully I have not muddied the waters.
Now, may I, hearing officer?
Sure.
I would rather broach this subject now than have more sanctions motions, but specifically the issue is the temperature in the lower Yuba River. There's been quite a bit of testimony on that. There's also been testimony and exhibits regarding NID's upstream operations and exports from the Yuba River watershed. I think it's going to be difficult. I am fully cognizant of your prior rulings regarding not litigating a completely separate FERC issue between NID and Yuba in this proceeding, and that would be, frankly, my preference as well regarding temperature. As I think you're aware, we could have a whole proceeding on that issue, and we are in a separate forum. But I'm anticipating rebuttal on that issue regarding if NID did this, temperature would be something else. My perspective, NID's operations are not at issue in this proceeding. I would think that would be outside the proper scope of rebuttal. If you could give us some guidance on that issue, I would appreciate it.
Well, I generally agree. I don't think we're here to litigate NID's operations. That said, it's hard for me to rule on anything until I've seen it. So I'll reserve, specific direction here. Frankly, Mr. McClure, there has been, I agree with you, there's been some testimony elicited on NID's operations. It's also something that I think is, probably not outcome determinative. I would hope that we wouldn't spend a lot of time on that. I do want to spend some time, I want to spend a little bit of time talking about NID and permit terms in Yuba, but before I do that, Mr. Becerra, your hand is up and I will hear from you.
Thank you. On that point, essentially, one of the major elements of the NGO's presentation is the effect of transfers on spring flows. To me, it's fair game to present rebuttal on other factors affecting spring flows. You can't consider the effect of Yuba transfers on spring flows without considering other factors affecting spring flows. I do not intend to litigate the FERC proceeding here, but this spring flows issue is one we have sought to avoid litigating in this hearing. We have now received all of the NGO's evidence for the most part on spring flows, and we need to be able to present rebuttal on that issue.
May I be heard?
Yes.
We just heard Mr. Schutz say that he was not presenting testimony concerning NID operations or specifically temperature issues in the lower Yuba River. He also testified that he's aware that NID has other studies on this issue that are not exhibits in this proceeding. To use the NGO position as a springboard to attack NID and the need for NID to make additional releases to the lower Yuba River is pretty tangential from my perspective.
Yeah, it's also, Mr. Becerra, I think you would agree that approval or disapproval of this petition is not going to affect what NID does one way or the other. So let me say this. I understand what you both are saying. I'm not going to rule at this point. My counsel would be judicious about what comes into the record and how it, relates, or what you want to put into the record, I should say, and how it relates to the overall, action that each of you are, asking the State Water Board to take in connection with this petition. As I said, at least some testimony has been elicited on this issue. I don't anticipate that, anyone's going to be filing or having sanctions motion granted, but I will caution you both to be judicious about how you handle this issue, given, what the ultimate issue is here.
Thank you.
So I don't know how helpful that is, but that's all I can say at this point. Let's talk, as long as I'm talking to you. Sorry, Mr. Schutz, go ahead.
Sorry, I guess I'm not fully understanding Mr. Becerra's what he's talking about in broad brush on subject matter relating to spring flows. Is he talking about presenting charts and graphs showing that lower storage means warmer water in the lower Yuba River to some degree? I'm not sure that if that's what he has in mind, I'm not sure that has a lot of probative value because the the specific conditions under which that might take place are not known. I was um, some general comments I made were stricken, which is fine.
Yes.
And I'm hoping that we're not going to be sort of in anticipation asked to present a lot of water temperature testimony regarding the lower Yuba River in anticipation of what and expand the scope of this hearing in anticipation of what Mr. Becerra has in mind. So
Okay.
if he could clarify, that would be helpful.
No. Mr. Becerra does not need to clarify at this point. I appreciate the point that you're making, Mr. Schutz, and what I will say in response is, you all can go back after we get done here and look at the record and think about what's important and what's not, particularly in light of what I've said about what I think is important, and make a decision and about what you want to put in, and we'll look at it then. I cannot do it in the abstract here today.
Sure.
All right. Are we done with temperature for a moment? Good. Excellent. All right. I want to talk a little bit about some issues that I've found interesting or puzzling or whatever adjective we want to use, or things I want to hear more about. One is, and we talked about this for a moment, specific language for proposed permit conditions that various folks are proposing, and Mr. Schutz, I talked about that with you. Mr. McClure, we should talk about that, frankly. I mean, I went back and looked at your protest or your client's protest, I should say, and there's a fair amount there about permit conditions related to compensation and water right injury, which I think are generally off the table. I am tracking your public interest argument. I'm particularly tracking the public interest issue associated with unimpaired flows that NID may be required to release, and the extent to which they can be captured downstream and potentially transferred. And I will confess that I was confused by Mr. Grinnell's testimony. I mean, he talked about a definition relating to uncontrolled flows. There's been some discussion of baseline flows and how those relate to potential Bay Delta plan updates. I'm having a hard time following that. Now, that said, with respect to the FERC flows that were the subject of my June 6th ruling, I mean, Yuba Water has made what I consider to be a pretty unambiguous and significant admission that any flows that are required to be released as a result of that process cannot be transferred. And I did not hear, although I am a little bit confused about the Delta unimpaired flow stuff, I do not hear Yuba Water or its witnesses to be clamoring to engage in some sort of Bay Delta plan arbitrage and capture and release those flows either. So all that being said, I mean, you certainly should, Mr. McClure, come up with unambiguous permit language that addresses your public interest concerns around Bay Delta unimpaired flows. But that said, I think you and Mr. Becerra probably ought to have a conversation about the extent to which you can agree about language that would resolve that concern. And candidly, for Mr. Becerra, I do not see the state water board looking kindly on, unimpaired flow arbitrage. So, and to the extent it needs, a whole lot of testimony from engineers or agency managers or lawyers about, what the term about uncontrolled flows mean in relation to Bay Delta Plan updates, you might both, I think you could both probably avoid that by coming to agreement on the potential permit term. So,
Mr. Bivens, if I might, Yuba has already submitted comments to the water board that if the water board were to adopt a 55% of unimpaired flow standard, there would be no more water transfers by Yuba. Our issues are much bigger than whether we might scalp off some of NID's releases.
I appreciate that, and in that case, it should be even easier for you and Mr. McClure to come up with some permit term that addresses his public interest argument, so that we don't have to spend reams of hearing time litigating it. All right, that's what I have to say about NID, and not inviting further argument on that issue. That's just an observation. Another thing that I've heard about and am interested in is, and this kind of goes for everybody, what are the specific water quality standards that I should be concerned about in recommending conditions on the transfer in a proposed order to the board? So the OLD objective and the discrepancy between D1641 and the phase 1 update, I think, is an obvious one, that 0.7 versus 1.0 standard. Mr. Schutz raised a number of other examples. I don't hear anybody to be saying, well, any objective narrative or quantitative and any location of the delta is, critical for this, and I appreciate that. But I would like to know what objectives are particularly important in the board's consideration of approval or disapproval of this transfer. And then, I think relatedly, the extent to which Yuba transfers, would qualify as a substantial factor in exceeding those types of objectives is fairly important. So do think about that in considering what types of rebuttal evidence you may want to put on or making arguments in closing briefs. And then, relatedly, and maybe this is more for Mr. Reese and his client, but I had some discussion with Mr. Wilson about making permitting conditions self-executing. And I also heard Mr. Schutz to testify that he doesn't have a whole lot of confidence in the state water board's exercise of continuing discretion to manage these types of water transfers in the future under future conditions. It's an interesting concept. To me, at least, my mind on that kind of goes to, the concept of liquidated damages as a way of making a very clear, there being a very clear consequence for a violation of a permit term. I suspect for the NGOs, money may not be sufficient. There could be, requirements for flows or others. I have no idea, but it's an interesting concept. I understand where Mr. Schutz is, and Mr. Wilson, for that matter, are coming from on that issue. So you might give some thought to what you're looking for. I will say that I don't know whether the State Water Board has ever developed such a permit condition before. That doesn't necessarily make it impossible to do. But I would suspect there would probably be legal bounds relating to, the tailoring of those types of permit conditions to the harm the condition itself is supposed to address. So anyway, to the extent that concept is interesting to anyone else, you can all give that some more thought. Transfers, or maybe we'll call it causation issues more generally. I mean, I've heard a lot about how operations at the Delta pumps, generally affect fish in the Delta and to some extent legal users of water in the Delta. I don't know that I've heard very much about the extent to which the proposed transfers themselves are causing those issues as opposed to export operations more generally. There's also this, arrangement or workaround concept that Mr. Schutz talked about today, that I think I follow in a very conceptual sense, but I'm not sure what to do about that. So the NGOs may wish to the extent practical, explore that further. And then, relatedly, there's been testimony about, potential environmental benefits associated with this transfer in terms of, carriage water requirements, greater restrictions on pumping than DWR might otherwise have for its export operations, and some potential detriments primarily around pumping effects. And it would be helpful to get a better understanding of how the board ought to balance those claimed benefits with the claimed detriments. I don't have a sense of that yet, and I think that would be helpful. And then there was one other issue, and this is probably fairly ancillary, but the extent to which Yuba Water has been meeting the conditions of its existing water right permit, and I'm thinking specifically of the Narrows Powerhouse intake extension issue, and how that ought to affect the board's exercise of discretion in approving this transfer. And I know, Mr. Mazzura, I did go back and read the 2008 order on this point, and that there were some arguments made about that issue, and ultimately the State Water Board delegated to the Deputy Director the authority to review evidence and determine whether the water agency should be required to continue its pursuit of that intake extension project. I do not want to suggest that we need to spend a whole bunch of hearing time on this issue, but to the extent that that condition has not been satisfied or resolved, and it bears on the way the board might exercise its discretion in approving this transfer, I'm interested. All right, as I said, not an opportunity for argument, just an opportunity to give you all a chance to think about things that I may have to think about when I prepare a proposed order, and also help me kind of organize my thinking around this. With that, does anybody have anything more they want to talk about before we adjourn and all meet up again on rebuttal?
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everyone's time and testimony and professionalism in this matter. And we are adjourned. I will see you all next month.
Thank you.
Thank you.